And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson with an Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report. Come on, Kenny, what you got?
Well, so many different things to talk about as we will go through this game. You know, who knows what's going to happen and what team's going to show up here with this Saints squad. Hopefully not the one that showed up last week. I think it's interesting that we do have Mike McCarthy back down here on the sidelines after going the entire preseason and last week upstairs. We'll see if it makes a difference of him being downstairs. Keep an eye on the play clock. Keep an eye on when they break the huddle and that sort of thing. After talking with some people that cover San Francisco all during the week, this is not a bad football team. This is not as bad as everybody makes them out to be. They gave Michael Vick all he could handle last week, and they probably should have won that football game. They made some mistakes themselves, so we'll see. Y'all already mentioned it. Peterson, he is a big key, but Dorsey is also going to be a major key in this game. Rick Venturi told me, he said, reminds him a lot of Jake Delhomme. Hopefully they'll be able to get after him and get him down on the ground and not let him pick him apart. So we'll just have to see what the intensity level is like, and we'll keep an eye on it as the game progresses, especially early on. Jim?
Larry Nemmers is our referee for today's game, and he's about to perform the
captain today.
Toss of the coin.
San Francisco's the visiting team. This is a head and a tail. Who's going to call the toss? And your call? Tails is called. It's tails. San Francisco has won the toss. They want to receive. Which goal you want to defend? Turn around, gentlemen. Good luck, man.
Fred Beasley, Jimmy Williams down there as two of the tri-captains of the 49ers, along with linebacker Jamie Winborn. And one of them says, tails don't fail, and he called tails and won the toss of the coin. Larry Nemmers, this crew, I was talking with Al Everest down on the field before the game, said you might remember this crew. This is the crew that worked the Chicago Bears preseason game in which so many flags were thrown.
God, let's hope that doesn't happen again today. You know, but and I think that we stressed this point during the preseason, a lot of those flags are being called because I think the officials wanted teams to know that there's going to be stricter enforcement of this Chuck rule and everything else. Now, in that particular preseason game, I think they went a little overboard, but they, you got to let your point be known at a certain point in time, especially when there are new rules that they're going to enforce during a particular season that, hey, we're going to call it closer in the preseason, so be ready for it in the regular season.
Well, John Carney will have to perform the kickoff chores today. Mitch Berger tweaked his groin a bit during practice, so he'll be limited just to punting. The backup punter would be John Carney on this team. If for some reason Berger's injury worsens in the course of the game, Carney's kickoff's not usually as strong as Berger's. He was just practicing while we were in the break, and his kickoffs were carrying inside the 5. Remember, the Saints were offsides on the kickoff that started the game against Seattle last week. That was Mel Mitchell. Carney approaches the ball a little bit more from the side than Berger, so the Saints are cautious of that as well. Arnaz Battle back deep to our left, and he will be returning this kickoff, which is a line drive. Hits at the 11, hits the up man. He takes it in at the 6, running it back to the 20, up to the 22, the 23-yard line. Bringing it back is Jamal Robertson, a backup running back for 17 yards. Orlando Ruff for the Saints in on the stop. And on comes Ken Dorsey, making his first start in the NFL, the 7th-round draft choice in 2003 out of Miami. He last played in this building in the Sugar Bowl back in 2001 when the Hurricanes beat the Florida Gators. 1st and 10 for the 49ers. They move it left to right as we view it from the 24-yard line. Backs in an eye. Dorsey play action. Steps up in the pocket. Wants to throw deep down the middle of the field, and he overthrows his receiver at the 32-yard line. Incomplete. Sprinting downfield was the veteran Curtis Conway, who gets the start today at wide receiver because Cedric Wilson, the best wide receiver on this team, pulled a hamstring on Friday. So it's Brandon Lloyd along with Curtis Conway as the wide receivers. Kwame Harris is the left tackle. Eric Heitman, the left guard. Brock Gutierrez has to start at center for Jeremy Newberry, who has got an injured right knee. Kyle Kosher is the right guard. Scott Gregg, the veteran 10-year man out of Montana, is the right tackle. Kevin Barlow along with Fred Beasley in the backfield on second down. They run it straight ahead, and this is Barlow across the 30, barging up to around the 31-yard line. A pickup of 7. Strong safety Jay Bellamy in on the stop. For the Saints, they start Charles Grant, Howard Green, along with Jonathan Sullivan and Will Smith as their front four. The linebackers are James Allen, Courtney Watson, and Derek Rogers. Ashley Ambrose and Fred Thomas are the corners. Jay Bellamy, the strong safety, to Bucky Jones, the free safety, as the 49ers come up and look at 3rd and 3 from their 31. 2 wideouts to the left. Now 3 are bunched to the left as Dorsey is short set and throws the quick slant, batted up in the air and incomplete. Ashley Ambrose on the coverage of Curtis Conway, who felt that he was interfered with. No flag. And so it's 3 and out for the 49ers and Ken Dorsey as they touch the ball for the first time and surrender it after 2 incompletions and a running play of 7 yards by Barlow.
Well, that's the thing that Ashley Ambrose can still do. He can still play that short man-to-man coverage. I don't like it when he has to chase people across the field or chase them deep, but as long as you keep him in a short area, he still does that extremely well.
6th-round draft choice rookie Andy Lee is the 49er punter. And he gets it away. It's a dandy. It's going to drive Michael Lewis back to his 19-yard line. He's got some running room back to the 25-30, near sideline 35-40, and ridden out of bounds just short of the Saint 40-yard line by Walker. A 51-yard punt followed by a 21-yard return.
That's a punt returner's dream right there, when the punter outkicks the coverage and you got plenty of time to make the decision. You know, you can kind of sit there and survey the field as the ball's coming down to you. And, I mean, there was no hesitation when Michael Lewis right there whatsoever. Catch the ball and get it upfield. Nice return. Michael's kind of getting back into that form that he was a couple years ago.
39-yard line of the Saints is where we'll put it in play offensively for the first time today as the Saints open in the 1-back, 2 tight end set. 1st and 10. Deuce McAllister, that 1-back. Brooks under pressure, straight up the middle, runs away from the sack of Engelberger, runs to the near sideline and is brought down by Julian Peterson. So on the first passing attempt of the day, Aaron Brooks is sacked by a strong pass rush. That's going to be a loss of 7 on the sack by Peterson. He's a very active linebacker that we spoke of earlier. Had 2 sacks last week against the Falcons to go along with 4 tackles and 2 forced fumbles, along with a pass defensed. He's a star. 2nd and 17 now for the Saints from the New Orleans 32. Brooks looks to throw again. Well protected. He throws over the middle to Joe Horn, who dives up beyond the 40-yard line. So back to the original line of scrimmage and a couple more. A pickup of 9. Jeff Ulbrich, the linebacker, on the stop. John Engelberger, Anthony Adams, Bryant Young, and Otis Leverett starting for Andre Carter, the front 4. Julian Peterson at 1 outside linebacking position, along with Jeff Ulbrich, Derek Smith in the middle, Ahmed Plummer and Jimmy Williams the corners, Tony Parrish and Ronnie Hurd are the safeties. 3rd and 8 for the Saints from the New Orleans 41. Brooks in the shotgun. Niners rush 4. Brooks going to throw down the middle. He's got his receiver Horn, who makes a tough catch at the 42-yard line of the 49ers for a first down. He was going to pay the price, and Ronnie Hurd put it to him from his free safety position, but Horn makes a tough catch in traffic for 18 yards.
Heck of a catch by Joe Horn. You could see Ronnie Hurd. He knew that he came up and put a good lick on Joe Horn and expected that ball to jar loose, but, I mean, right there, enough has been made of the drop passes in the past couple of weeks and everything else. Joe Horn didn't allow it to happen that time.
Movement up front and contact. 49ers pointing at Montre Holland. Holland pointing across the line at Bryant Young.
False start, offense number 68. 5-yard penalty, to first down.
Victor Riley, who had his problems last week and has had his problems before.
You know, when you're playing at home and you're on offense, you know that the crowd, for the most part, is going to be a little bit quiet and everything else, you know, and you're going on sound. You can't keep doing that kind of crap.
1st and 15 from the 49er 47. Mike Carney checks in as a fullback. as the backs are offset. Horn in motion, handoff Deuce. Deuce running up the middle inside the 45 to about the 44-yard line, where middle linebacker Derek Smith brings him down after a 3-yard gain. The Saints opened with Boo Williams and Ernie Conwell in a double tight end situation. Dante Stallworth and Joe Horn, the wide receivers. Wayne Gandy, Kendall Jaycox, LaCharles Bentley, Montre Holland, and Victor Riley, he the offending party. Earlier on first down, up in front of Aaron Brooks with Deuce McAllister in the one-back set. Saints remain in the two-back set here on 2nd and 11 from the 44. Deuce. He takes tacklers with him inside the 40 to around the 39-yard line, and it'll bring up 3rd down after a 4-yard gain. Strong safety Tony Parrish in on the tackle. Tony Parrish is a mainstay of this secondary. 9 interceptions last year, tied for the NFL lead.
You know, Jim, I mean, I kind of look at it from the standpoint that I got to appreciate what Deuce McAllister did this week, going to Mike McCarthy and say, hey, this is what I'm most comfortable running in the offense. I mean, I'm not demanding that you do something different. I'm just telling you this is what I like to do.
On 3rd and 8 from the 40, here come the Niners with Brooks in the shotgun. Brooks delivers to a wide-open receiver inside the 30. That's Jerome Pathan, knocked out of bounds just short of the 25-yard line. Jimmy Williams knocking Pathan out of bounds after a 16-yard gain for Jerome Pathan, who led the team in receptions in preseason. That's his first catch of the year.
You know, I don't know that Aaron Brooks will ever find a more wide-open receiver than Jerome Pathan was right there. We have mentioned so many times during the preseason how the Saints have a tendency to bust coverage in the secondary. Right there, the 49ers did. Jerome Pathan was out there. Nobody even close to him. Easy first down.
1st and 10, Saints at the Niner 24. First threat of the day in a scoreless first quarter. Here's the handoff. McAllister hit in the backfield, dragged down, ball is free. It's covered by the 49ers at the 35-yard line, and Deuce McAllister is fumbled again and is slow getting up.
He's real slow getting up. I mean, I'm not sure that that's good. That ball came out in an awful hurry, and that concerns me a lot. I don't know exactly. I mean, it's hard to tell from up here whether something buckled or not, but you can see the number of Saints that are gathered around Deuce because they know what he means to this offense, and they are concerned with his injury.
Bryant Young hit him. Derek Smith recovered. Timeout on the field, 10:18 to play first quarter. 49ers and Saints are scoreless. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Who can deliver your chance to win free tickets and VIP passes to Saints home games? The Abita Man can. Abita Springs Water is the official bottled water of the New Orleans Saints. Visit AbitaSprings.com, where you can sign up for a chance to win tickets and VIP passes every week. And if that's not enough, the Abita Man has an unbeatable new customer special for all Saints fans. So after you register for tickets, don't forget to sign up for home or office delivery of naturally good Abita Springs Water. Abita Man can. Naturally good Abita Springs Water.
Hey, this is Hokie Gajan for Alltel. You know, with a house full of women, things can get pretty expensive, and I need all the free stuff I can get. And only Alltel lets me call home free. Alltel gives you free calls between your wireless and home numbers every minute of every day on select plans. It's an easy way to stay in touch with the Gajans for free. So stop by your local Alltel store for call home free details. Alltel, official wireless provider of the Saints.
We're back at the LaPlace 250, and our leader is still McGee, but he's going to have to pit for a low tire.
All right, boys, this is a race to the finish. Go, go, go. Darn thing. What's that in your hand?
A race to the finish scratch-off, Chief.
What? Get that tire.
Right, Chief.
$10,000? Wait. Doesn't tell me you put on all the lug nuts.
Play Race to the Finish, the new $2 scratch-off from the lottery. Win up to $10,000. Win up to 10 times on each ticket. Ask for Race to the Finish today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
The most listened to show in America and New Orleans, Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 11 to 2 on the Big 870 WWL.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson within the Abita Springs Water Saints sideline report and the status of Deuce McAllister. Kenny, what you got?
Okay, it'll be a few minutes before we finally determine exactly what's wrong with him. I do know that Dave Atkins walked over and talked to him just now, and he kind of gave a nod like, okay. It looks like he probably just twisted it real bad, guys, but we'll wait and see. They've got him on the table. They've got the shoe off. They've already, they didn't even have to cut any tape off. He doesn't have any tape. We'll have to wait and see. Dr. Finney right now is kind of testing the ankle, which is good. No problems with the knee or anything like that. They're strictly looking at this ankle right now. Deuce appears to be in a little bit of discomfort, but he's certainly not, in a tremendous amount of pain. So we'll run the play and we'll get back down here and talk about it.
1st and 10 from the 35. Barlow with a big hole right side midfield. It's a foot race at the 40, 35, 30, down to the 20, inside the 15, inside the 10, inside the 5 before Bucky Jones and Fred Thomas chased down Kevin Barlow after a 60-yard gain.
I'm going to tell you what, Jim, that was one of those situations right there where I think that the Saints defense was so concerned what was happening on the sidelines with Deuce McAllister. They kind of just went out there, just kind of let down on that first series. I mean, that was nothing special, just a run to the right side. And Barlow he just shoots up through the gap in the Saints. I mean, nice job by Bucky Jones closing in on pursuit to tackle him from behind. But I think they just went up there on that first series of defense with their head in the wind.
First and goal from the Saint 5-yard line. Handoff, Barlow, nothing there this time as he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and nothing more before the middle linebacker, Courtney Watson, brings him down.
And let's go right back down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny, what you got?
Okay, they're putting him on the cart. They're going to bring him in. They've got ice on the ankle. And I tell you what, guys, it looks like he's already got a knot forming before they put the ice down, a knot on the front of his ankle. That's what he kept pointing at. He is in a lot of pain. He also threw down his gloves in disgust after Barlow just ripped off the run because he knows that he coughed it up. He's getting on the cart to take him in the locker room.
Second and goal from the 5. Dorsey looks to throw the fade. Can't find anybody. Hit from behind. Ball is free on the carpet. Looks like the Niners have recovered at the 12-yard line. Charles Grant with the penetration along with Will Smith. Ball came free, but the Niners recover around the 12-yard line of the Saints. And it was Brock Gutierrez, the backup center, falling on the football.
Well, this is not good news, Jim, that they're taking Deuce McAllister in on the cart right now. I mean, right now I think the Saints defense knows that, hey, we have to rise to the occasion right now because we just lost our biggest offensive weapon. Right there, the Saints had an opportunity to return the favor to the 49ers, get another turnover. But anyway, it seems like they're playing a little bit more inspired right now.
Will Smith on the hit. Here's Dorsey to throw again as the pocket breaks down. He's hit. Ball is lying on the carpet, but this will be called an incomplete pass. The referee, Larry Nemmers, in there immediately to say his arm was going forward. This is not a fumble. Unlike the previous play, this is an incomplete pass. So the Saints pass rush finally coming alive.
Well, I wouldn't say finally. I mean, here the last two plays, they have gotten a lot of pressure on Dorsey. I mean, he didn't really in that first drive, he didn't really have an opportunity to get the pass rush to him. But right now, I mean, the Saints are coming at him and, I mean, doing a heck of a job getting some penetration. And it was Will Smith that actually caused that fumble a play earlier.
So the 49ers, who had it first and goal at the 5, will have to settle for a 30-yard field goal from Todd Peterson from the right hash mark. And this play will be blown dead as the snap was delivered to the holder, Andy Lee, but Peterson never went through with the kicking motion because a whistle had blown.
There's no delay of game on the play. We had to get the kicking ball in, therefore set the play clock to 25 seconds.
Well, you remember last week that we had a couple flags thrown that the official picked up and said that, yeah, there was no infraction on the play, and right now there was a stoppage in play, and they said there's no infraction on the play. We just got to bring the kicking ball in,
which they have now done. And once more, out of the hold of Andy Lee, Todd Peterson will attempt a 30-yard field goal. Snap, placement, kick on its way, and it is good. Todd Peterson with a 30-yard field goal as the 49ers take a 3-0 lead with 8:04 to play, quarter number 1. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
bad. What gives? There's 13 seconds left in the game. We're down by 24, and the crowd is cheering.
Of course we're cheering. We're only 13 seconds away from a Subway restaurant.
Oh, what? A sandwich? You cheering for a sandwich?
Subway is more than sandwiches. They have a variety of delicious subs, salads, and wraps that are both good and good for you.
Like the foot-long sweet onion chicken teriyaki sub, only 10 grams of fat.
Frank, where you going? Subway. Choose well.
Business believes in United Way. When you support United Way's system of services, you're fueling an economic development engine for New Orleans. Our business base can grow and we can employ more people. And we have a better prepared workforce and a healthy quality of life for all who live and do business here. United Way funds programs to teach people to read and write, to learn new job skills, and to also get and keep jobs. United Way is about bottom line results. Let's make the greater New Orleans area a better place to work and raise our family.
Free your mind, the rest will follow. David Tyree, weekdays 2 to 5 on the Big 870 WWL.
Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson winning the Bee Springs Water Saints Sideline report. Kenny?
Quickly before the kickoff here, only word from officially from the Saints bench is that they are taking him in for x-rays. No word on whether or not he can return or not. But again, because we were rushing through that, he threw down his gloves in disgust. And I'm not sure if it was because of the Barlow run or because of how he was feeling, but he had a pretty big size, I call it a Flintstone knot, but a knot forming on the front of his ankle, which is kind of an unusual thing.
Here's Peterson's kickoff, and it is a high pooched kick that'll be fielded at the 30-yard line by one of the Saints up men. That looked to be Coleman Gardner, who returns it to around the 35. The old sky kick to deprive Michael Lewis of a return opportunity. A flag has been thrown down on the 49ers' 37-yard line, so perhaps they were offsides. The penalty will go
offside on the kickoff, number 28. We'll add 5 yards to the end of the run. First down, New Orleans.
You have the opportunity this year on a penalty like this to not have them re-kick, to instead add 5 yards onto the return. That kick was so short, that's what the Saints will decide to do, and we'll have it at their 41 when we return. 8:01 to play, quarter number 1, 49ers 3 and the Saints nothing. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
There are banks with just free checking, and then there are banks with completely free checking, free gifts, and free bill pay. Sound good? Then head for Hibernia. With our completely free checking, there's no monthly minimum balance or hidden fees, plus convenient free online bill pay, and a free gift with your account. Tell a friend, get another gift. Just call 888-755-BANK, go to Hibernia.com and enter the keyword free, or visit a local branch. Head for Hibernia. Hibernia National Bank, member FDIC. Customer purchases checks, $50 opening deposit. Certain restrictions may apply to small business bill pay users. Limit 1 gift per new account or validated tell a friend coupon.
Watch out, propane! Electricity, what are those? Cookbooks! Since I can't cook in this kitchen, I'm gonna pick out the meals. Great.
Instant heat, precise temperature control. It's how propane helps you make your meals their best. Propane. Exceptional energy. Visit usepropane.com.
This message is brought to you by the Louisiana Liquefied Petroleum Gas Commission and the propane dealers of our state. For more information, log on to louisianapropane.com. Introducing the all-new Dodge Durango with all-new power, all-new room, and all-new ride. And Durango received 5-star, the highest government frontal crash test rating. Plus, get Dodge's 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 1 part power, 1 part comfort. 1 all-new Durango, starting under $26,600. See it at your local Dodge dealer today. $26,565 MSRP excludes tax. See dealer for a copy of this limited warranty. Transferable to a second owner with fee. Deductible applies. Wonder what Buddy's thinking? Buddy D's halftime comments are coming up on the Big 870 WWL.
This week's Allstate Insurance Saints Radio Network peak performer is Junior Snyder from Opelousas, Louisiana. Plan today for a better tomorrow. With Junior Snyder, you're in good hands with Allstate. The Saints are down to 1 healthy running back at the moment, and that's Aaron Stecker on 1st and 10 from the 41. Play action Brooks wants it all down the near sideline for Stallworth, and Stallworth makes the reception, dragged out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. They'll mark it at the San Francisco 14. That's a 45-yard strike.
Jim, I was coming into this series saying to myself, us as Saints fans are going to find out what life is like without Deuce McAllister. Aaron Brooks calmly drops back in the pocket. You're talking about laying something into a thimble right there. Perfect throw. He puts a perfect rainbow on it right there. I mean, he couldn't throw it any better to Dante Stallworth than he just did.
As they victimized Jimmy Williams, the fourth-year man out of Vanderbilt, who went to Episcopal High in Baton Rouge. 1st and 10 Saints from the 14. Run it with Aaron Stecker. Upended inside the 10-yard line. They'll spot the ball around the San Francisco 8. That's a gain of 6. John Engelberger, the left defensive end, on the stop. Last week, Sean Alexander hurt his knee when he wasn't tackled. We've seen Deuce get hurt here. They changed this field in the offseason, and Mike Holmgren, for one, had some criticisms of it after last week's game. Don't know if it contributed to this injury to Deuce, but it's worth examining. 2nd and 4 from the 9 or 8 yard line. Jerome Pathan in motion left to right. One back. Here's Brooks dropping, throwing into the end zone. Leaping reception. Touchdown, Joe Horn. There's your answer to the absence of Deuce McAllister as the Saints take to the air and score on an 8-yard strike to Joe Horn.
I'm going to tell you something, Jim, and I firmly believe this. Deuce McAllister is the best player on this offensive football team, but now that the Saints players know that they might not have him for a little while, I'll tell you what, that's as good as an impressive drive that I've seen the Saints make in a long time. I mean, they just marched it right down the field, opening the whole thing up with the passing game. Aaron Stecker comes out there running hard, and I tell you what, this might be a little bit of a shot in the arm that this Saints offense needs.
Tony Parrish beaten in the back of the end zone by Joe Horn for his first touchdown reception of this season. John Carney's extra point is up, and it is through, and the Saints, with 6:55 to play in the first quarter, and in the absence of Deuce McAllister for the foreseeable future, leading the 49ers 7-3. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Sunshine pages going everywhere you go, connecting you with every business and home. There when you need it, saving you time. Your local directory imprinted online. It's the one by your telephone. Email Sunshine pages going everywhere you go.
Brought to you by Ochsner Sports Medicine. Game on!
Dad, what does game on mean?
It means being in top physical condition, ready to compete, ready to explode off the line, penetrate, intimidate, dominate. Your head's in the game, and failure is not an option. The moment is yours!
Gee, Dad, I just thought it was time to play.
Well, yeah, that too. Ochsner Sports Medicine. Get your game face on.
It's Buddy D at Dini's Seafood in Bucktown, baby. I'm just eating some mighty tasty shrimp and oysters. Thinking football. And Dini has a lot in common. Like the term audible. That'd be wanting a fried shrimp platter and changing it to a seafood platter at the last minute. Or when that freeloading buddy of yours grabs some fries off your plate, that's illegal motion. Friends, there's something for everyone at Dini's. But leave the guy who'll steal your fries in the car. Dini's, the taste of Bucktown.
Located in Bucktown and 1 block off Canal Street in the French Quarter. Convenient parking, open 7 days a week.
Join the bad boy of sports, Corey Johnson, weeknights at 7 on the Big 870 WWL.
The Saints have scored a touchdown, and that means every Monday after the Saints game, you can get a buy one, get one free blitz from Domino's Pizza. Buy any large pizza at regular menu price and get the second pizza of equal or lesser value absolutely free.
Saints go 59 yards in 3 plays in 1 minute and 9 seconds. 45 of those on a pass from Brooks to Stallworth. Aaron Brooks, 5 out of 5 for 95 yards on the day with a touchdown. He was sacked on the opening play as the Saints went on offense for the first time earlier in the quarter. Joe Horn, 3 catches for 34 yards, including that 8-yard touchdown reception. Here's Carney's kickoff. It'll be fielded by Robertson inside the 5, back to the 10, 15. He's to the 20, and he will not get to the 30-yard line. Kind of in a fight for the ball back there with Arnaz Battle. Michael Lewis in on the stop, a 25-yard return. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Carson City. This is WWL New Orleans, an Entercom communication station, AM 870, the news, talk, and sports leader.
First and 10 for the 49ers from their 29. Here's Dorsey going to throw off play action, and it's overthrown at the 42-yard line and incomplete, intended for the 12-year veteran Curtis Conway out of USC. Dorsey doesn't have a very strong arm, and he's already got a shoulder stinger in it that he suffered last week against the Falcons, which knocked him out of that game.
And not to mention the fact that the couple times that he has dropped back, he's been under pressure from the Saints defense and been hit a couple times. Saints have forced a fumble. They've also hit him another time where we thought it might be a fumble, but the official said his arm was going forward. So he's got a case of the heebie-jeebies right now.
Second and 10 from the 29-yard line. Saints moving around defensively. Dorsey gives it off to his tailback Barlow, and he is smothered by Charles Grant at the line of scrimmage. Might have picked up a single yard. Charles Grant, who was very much in evidence in the game against Seattle, probably performed better than any of the Saints defensive linemen. Playing today without a couple of his compatriots on that defensive line. Brian Young, the defensive tackle, along with Darren Howard, who is again hurt. And it'll bring up 3rd and 9 from the 30-yard line of the 49ers. Two wide receivers to the near side, one to the far. Saints showing blitz up the middle with Derek Rogers. Now he backs out of it. They hand it off to a running back, and he's going to be downed at the 38-yard line. That is Terry Jackson, the brother of former Saint Willie Jackson, checking into the game. And the carry will bring up a 4th down. At the last moment, Terry Jackson had to come on for Kevin Barlow, who limped to the sideline. Now, he was not supposed to be nursing any injury coming into this game, but both starting tailbacks in this game injured at the moment. Deuce McAllister along with Kevin Barlow. So Andy Lee will be forced to punt on 4th and 1 from the Niner 38. Hangs it high this time. Lewis comes up, calls for the fair catch, and makes it at the 26-yard line of the Saints. A 36-yard punt by the 6th-round draft choice out of Pittsburgh. A timeout on the field, 5:11 to play. Quarter number 1, Saints 7, Niners 3. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
At the Dome doing a little street theater, playing the part of Big Tobacco is the Peanut Guy.
Cigarettes, get your cigarettes. Highly addictive and proven to kill more than 50,000 people this year from secondhand smoke. How's that?
And playing the part of the 53,000 non-smokers who will die from secondhand smoke this year are the fans.
All right, come on, let's get going.
What do you want us to do? Nothing. You're dead. The facts unfiltered from the Louisiana Campaign for Tobacco-Free Living.
Why must all good things come to an end? Because if they didn't, you couldn't get the amazing deals being offered right now on our incredible selection of 2004 Chrysler vehicles. It's the Chrysler Model Year-End Clearance. Your last chance to get big cash allowances on Chrysler PT Cruiser, Sebring Sedan, and Sebring Convertible. But the 2004 Chryslers will be gone before you know it. So get to the Model Year-End Clearance right now. Your last chance to get great deals on the 2004 Chrysler lineup. This selection won't last, so get to your local Chrysler dealer today.
A uniform says a lot about who you are. Take a bellman. With his uniform, he's a courteous hotel employee. Without it, he's a stranger walking away with your luggage. Uniforms can say a lot about your employees, too. We're Cintas, the uniform people, and it's our job to make your employees look and feel great. Call Cintas at 1-800-CINTAS-1. With Cintas uniforms, your employees will look like a team of professionals. Without them, well, go take a look for yourself.
Talk to Police Chief Eddie Compass the second Tuesday of every month, 9 a.m. on the Big 870 WWL.
Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson winning the Beta Springs Warriors Saints Sideline Report. Kenny, what you got?
All right, Hokie, as you can imagine, kind of frantic down here on the sidelines. Everybody trying to find out about Deuce. The official word from the locker room is that the x-rays were negative. That's good. The bad news is he's out for the game. They're calling it an ankle sprain as of right now. X-rays negative, out for the rest of the game.
First and 10 Saints from the New Orleans 26. Backs off set. Stecker the tailback. Right side and room. Across the 35-40. Aaron Stecker carries beyond the 45-yard line of the Saints. That's a 19-yard gain to go with an earlier 6-yard gain for Aaron Stecker.
I'll tell you something, Jimmy. I mean, Aaron Stecker's got a little something to prove right here because of the fact that he missed most of the preseason. And the Saints fans, and frankly, us as members of the media didn't get an opportunity to cover him that much and didn't know what he could do. And right now, I mean, he's coming out here. I mean, this is a real game. This is not the preseason stuff. And so far, he's been good. It's only 2 carries. But I tell you what, up to this point, he's very much a bright spot for the Saints offense.
First and 10 Saints at the New Orleans 45, 4:30 to play first quarter. Saints leading 7-3. Balanced ace formation. Brooks, big, long drop. Going to throw deep downfield into double coverage, and it's incomplete. And a flag will be thrown. All sorts of contact down there with Joe Horn and 2 49er defenders. The officials thought about it for a while and finally threw a flag against the Niners. Jimmy Williams, who was victimized earlier,
number 23. Spot foul, automatic first down.
Is guilty of interfering with Joe Horn. So that's a big pickup there on the penalty against Jimmy Williams. And this is the guy they figured to work on. He's replacing Mike Rump, who is injured. He is the usual starter on the right corner. And Williams, 4th-year man out of Vanderbilt, as I mentioned, a product out of Baton Rouge and Episcopal High, has a big target written on his back in that secondary of the Niners today. First and 10 Saints. At the 49er 15, they bunched 3 receivers to the right, and Aaron Stecker split out to the left. Now Stallworth comes in motion right to left. Brooks from the shotgun calls for the ball. Throws it quickly on the near sideline to Stallworth. Stallworth can't get a block and is ridden down by Julian Peterson after a short gain to around the 14-yard line. Give him 1 yard. Getting back to that injury to Deuce McAllister, one thing they've mentioned to us, it's a high right ankle sprain, and those high ankle sprains usually take a lot longer to recover from than a low ankle sprain.
You know, back years ago, it used to be just considered an ankle sprain, but until Ricky Williams got that high ankle sprain his rookie year, we didn't really, know how long that something like that could keep a player out.
2nd and 9 from the 14. Boo Williams in motion. Brooks up under center. Hands it off to Stecker. Stecker tripped up in the backfield but steps out of a couple of would-be tackles and gets back to about the line of scrimmage. But no more. Still, it looked to be a potential loss of 3. Otis Leverett, 4th-year man out of UAB, playing for Andre Carter on the right defensive end position, in on the stop. Don't claim to be a doctor or a trainer, but in talking to a trainer that I know in our family about a high ankle sprain, he said the reason it takes so long to recover is anytime you put weight on that ankle, it tends to aggravate it. For what that's worth. At least he's off my payroll. 3rd and 9 from the 14-yard line. Here's Brooks faking left, faking right, throwing over the middle to Conwell, and the ball has come free. It's picked up by the middle linebacker, but they're going to rule it incomplete. It ended up in the hands of Derek Smith, but they're going to rule this an incomplete pass, I believe. John Engelberger on the tackle.
I tell you what, everything happened so fast right there. I couldn't ever tell whether the ball hit the ground or not. I mean, it almost looked that he got it complete to Conwell, and he turned up the field, but he never really had control of it. So what it wasn't an interception or anything like that. I think that the 49ers thought that it was a fumble.
But they rule it incomplete. Saints may have gotten a break there. So on will come John Carney for a 32-yard field goal attempt. Left hash mark, and Carney has put it up and through, and the Saints add to their lead. 2:48 to play, quarter number 1. It's the Saints 10 and the 49ers 3 on a 32-yard John Carney field goal, and that is his first of the season.
Well, Jim, right now the Saints lead the 49ers 10-3. Some of the other games in progress, all these are first quarter scores. Houston and Detroit tied up at 0 apiece. Atlanta leads St. Louis 7-0. Green Bay over Chicago 3-0. Washington leads the Giants 7-0. Denver and Jacksonville tied up at 0 apiece. Tennessee leads Indianapolis 7-3. Baltimore over Pittsburgh 7-0, and the Kansas City Chiefs lead Carolina 3-0. Again, all those are first quarter scores.
Well, we'll keep our eye on the 49ers when they come out now offensively at the line of scrimmage and find out if Barlow could return to this game, because he limped off earlier on their previous series. Saints go 60 yards in 5 plays and 2:23. That 40-yard interference penalty on Jimmy Williams, setting up the field goal of 32 yards by John Carney. So the Saints, who were said to be 7.5-point favorites coming into this game, take a 7-point lead at 10-3. Here's Carney's kickoff. It's going to be fielded at the 4 and back to the 25-26 yard line. That looked to be Jamal Robertson on the return of 24 yards with Steve Gleason, the Saints special teams standout, in on the tackle. Well, on comes Ken Dorsey. Let's check out who's in the backfield with him here. I think I saw Barlow ducking in the huddle. We'll find out in just a second. Yes, he is back in there. 1st and 10 for the 49ers. From their 27, Dorsey, who's been extremely ineffective throwing the football, up under center. One back behind him. That's going to be Barlow. Barlow runs right, stacked up, driven backward, just short of the 30-yard line. A gain of 3. Well, on that long run by Barlow earlier of 60 yards, they ran right at James Allen, who used to be the weak side linebacker, pressed into action as the strong side linebacker in the absence of Cedric Hodge. And Rick Venturi was telling me earlier today, people don't realize Cedric Hodge never made a whole lot of plays, but guys at that position aren't big playmakers. They just have to hold their ground and not overcommit. And they've been running at James Allen earlier for 60 yards. 2nd and 7 from the Niner 30. Handoff Barlow, sweeping left, brings it back right into the open arms of Derek Rogers, along with Charles Grant on the stop. That's a 1-yard gain.
Well, Jim, and that's one of the little nuances of football. A guy has to know his role and what he's supposed to do. And when you're the strong side linebacker, they put you on the strong side for a reason. That's so you can sit there and hold up the tight end and things like that, whether he's going out on a pass route or whether it's run blocking. And that way the weak side linebacker, who is not going to get blocked, can flow to the football and try and make plays to the boundary.
3rd and 6 from the 31-yard line of the Niners. Here come the Saints with a blitz. Dorsey hit again as he delivers the football, incomplete. Intended for Arnaz Battle, and down goes Ken Dorsey once more as this porous offensive line of the 49ers is victimized. Derek Rogers delivering the hit on the second-year man out of Miami.
Well, the Saints last week, they never did sack Matt Hasselbeck, but there's several times that they had pressure. But, there's a veteran quarterback, get rid of the ball and everything else. This time the Saints are hitting Ken Dorsey right as he's releasing the football, and that's causing a lot of errant throws.
Andy Lee comes on once more to punt it away. Michael Lewis stands at his 28. Lewis will have a chance to return this one from his 22, makes the first guy miss, runs to the near sideline, gets a block, turns it upfield, and is forced out of bounds at the 35-yard line of New Orleans. He got a terrific block over there. Might have been Roger Knight, might have been Steve Gleason. A 47-yard punt and a 13-yard return. Brandon Moore, backup linebacker, on the tackle.
And let's go down to Kenny Wilkerson when in Abita Springs Water, Saints Sideline Report. Kenny?
What they're doing is they've got enthusiasm. It's a sense of urgency. Not since they lost Blake and Ricky Williams way back a couple of years ago did they show any kind of sense of urgency in a football game. They've got the kind of enthusiasm that we also saw on opening night of the preseason this year, when we kind of noticed that it was more enthusiastic than we had seen, a lot of all last year. Now with this injury and with Deuce going out, you can definitely see it. Joe Horn escorted off the field, and the defense coming to life right there. Also, McCarthy's getting the plays in right at about 25, which is what they want right now.
1st and 10, Saints from the New Orleans 35. Horn in motion, one back. That's Aaron Stecker. Play action. And Brooks is going to throw off his back foot and just heave it away as he was under pressure on the far sideline, intended for Dante Stallworth, but thrown off the field of play with John Engelberger, the left defensive end, not buying the play fake and the half rollout by Brooks, who found the defensive end of 5 years out of Virginia Tech in his face and had to throw the ball away. But a good decision by Brooks there.
Let me ask you this question, Jim. I mean, do you think it's a big deal whether Mike McCarthy is up here in the press box or down on the field?
No, I really don't.
I don't either. I mean, I don't think that, when Haslett made his decision, that Dennis Erickson last night went to bed going, oh, my God, Mike McCarthy's going to be on the sidelines and not in the booth. So, I mean, what's the big deal?
2nd and 10. Run it right with Stecker, and he is just engulfed by Otis Leverett, the right defensive end, chasing down that play from the backside, and a loss of 1 will result. I think the primary problem they had, I remember talking to Mike about this, when he's down on the sideline, especially after a big play, it's hard for him to get reoriented where the football is on the field, and not only that, what hash mark it's going to be on, because that also influences his play calling.
And he also told me last week that, he likes being up here because he can see the field better and everything else, and I think that that's all the more reason that he should be up here in the press box.
3rd and 11 from the Saint 34. Brooks out of the shotgun, high snap. He throws the screen pass to Stecker. Aaron Stecker will take it upfield to around the 44-yard line. He'll be just short of the first down, and the Saints punting unit will come on with Mitch Berger, apparently. And they were coming on before Al Everest stopped them from doing so.
Well, I mean, I don't think this is it's the end of the quarter, but it's not a situation where you're thinking about going for it right now.
No, it was only because he knew he didn't have to kick it away before the end of the quarter, and they could talk about it and regroup a little bit more during the break, which we have just arrived at. 15 minutes of football have been history here at the Superdome, with the Saints leading the 49ers 10-3. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
It's here, the Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide, and it's chock full of in-depth analysis of 93 area prep football programs, a breakdown of SEC play, plus great articles about private versus public, river parish football, and much, much more. It's only $5 and available now at your favorite area high school, with all the proceeds from the sales going right back to the schools. It's the Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide, brought to you by West Jefferson Medical Center's Stroke Unit. Also brought to you by Ecole Classique, your neighborhood Firestone dealer, and Embroid Me. So get to your favorite high school today and pick up your Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide.
Over the past 90 years, more Mid-South football fans have watched more games from the comfort of furnishings from Kirschman's than any place else. And this year promises to be the biggest and best ever. Kirschman's guaranteed low prices on home theater seating, recliners, big screen and plasma TVs means more people than ever can enjoy what promises to be the biggest season ever. It's the 90th anniversary, and more than ever, Kirschman's is out to meet every customer's expectations.
See the man with the plan, +5 at +5.org.
The only person you can trust to wire your new home is a +5 electrical contractor. +5 covers the entire electrical system on new construction for an extra 5 years, including workmanship and materials. And it's free. For a list of +5 contractors, look in the yellow pages under electrical.
This message brought to you by IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 130.
Your home for the Saints and LSU, the sports giant of the Gulf South, WWL.
DMI, the official travel company of the Saints, have great deals to all Saints games. Follow the Saints to St. Louis, San Diego, Atlanta, Dallas, or Tampa Bay with the official travel company of the Saints, DMI. Call 877-8-SAINTS. That's 877-8-SAINTS.
Mitch Berger to punt it away left to right on the first play of quarter number 2. Arnaz Battle, the former Notre Dame quarterback, now a wide receiver back deep. Hung high by Berger. Battle comes up and will be interfered with, and the ball has come free. The 49ers have picked it up all the way up at the 46-yard line. Picked up by Jamie Winborn, a linebacker. Now, there was an interference way back at the 20 as the Saints ran into the kicker. Looked like Monty Montgomery ran into the return man, actually. Ball came free. Flag was thrown. The Niners then picked up that ball and ran upfield with it, with linebacker Jamie Winborn in possession of it. So the officials now sorting this thing out. on the field talking with Larry Nemmers before he can tell us what's going on. And now the officials will huddle once more.
Well, I think this is a situation where the Saints will be better off to, if the penalty is enforced because that ball hit the return man, bounced back towards the Saints and kept rolling. One of the 49ers picked it up and made a somewhat decent return out of it. So the Saints would be better off if they just get the 15-yard penalty instead of if this thing was a muff punt and the 49ers picked it up and you had the opportunity to choose whether you want to take the penalty or take the play.
I never saw a battle call for a fair
Interference
catch, did you?
with the opportunity to make a catch on the kicking team, number 24. That penalty is declined. The result of the play, first down, San Francisco.
Well, in that situation, it doesn't make any difference whether he calls for a fair catch or not. You have to give him the opportunity to catch the ball. So you had Monty Montgomery clearly bumped into the return man before he had a chance to catch the ball. And you see it right there. And now the ball bounces towards the Saints into the field. The 49ers picked it up, and that's what they did. They took the play out of it because they got more yardage on the play than they would have the penalty.
And the ball bounced off Montgomery and was still a live ball. 1st and 10 for the Niners, now at the 49er 48. Ken Dorsey, who does not have a pass completion, looks to throw again, and now he apparently does around the 46-yard line as his receiver goes up high and gets it. And that was Brandon Lloyd on the reception, 7 yards. Dorsey was 0 for 5 prior to that completion. The 49ers have been 0 for 4 on 3rd down. Their only first down was Barlow's 60-yard run. Those are all first quarter statistics. We are just underway in the second on 2nd and 3 from the Saints 46. Barlow weaves his way right, but is short of the first down. Courtney Watson gets up, and he gets into it with fullback Fred Beasley. That's a 2-yard gain. Fred Beasley just back in the lineup for the 49ers. He had a high left ankle sprain that kept him out most of preseason and the opener against the Falcons last week. And, of course, that high ankle sprain is what Deuce McAllister is now dealing with. But he suffered back at the 10-18 mark of the first quarter. 3rd and 1 for the Niners from the Saint 43. Conway split out wide to the right. Backs in and on. Dorsey hands it off to Barlow. Barlow has the first down inside the Saint 40 to the 38-yard line. Orlando Ruff, the middle linebacker, on the stop. That's a 5-yard gain and a Niner first down. Well, these two teams have met 66 times. Only the Falcons have been a more frequent foe for the Saints. The 49ers leading this series 45-19 with 2 ties. And on the road against the Saints, they are 23-10.
When you look at that series, it's tremendously lopsided in favor of the 49ers.
1st and 10. Here's Dorsey to throw. Throws it deep down the near sideline for Conway, and he makes the catch inside the 5. Freddie Thomas said he was pushed off, and now flags have been thrown, 2 of them late, as Thomas pleading his case with the official. Well after the play, 2 flags were thrown. Thomas contending he was pushed off. And he's now pointing in the direction of the 49ers that this flag will go against them.
After the play was over, number 89 offense. That's a 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. It'll still be a first down.
Would have been a 37-yard reception, but Conway guilty of taunting after Thomas fell down, contending he was pushed off by Conway, who made the reception down around the 2-yard line. Instead, he was penalized 15 yards for taunting.
And I promise you one thing, he did not push off on Fred Thomas. If it would have been anything, it would have been defensive pass interference, because I don't see in any way, shape, or form there where he pushed off on Fred Thomas.
I would agree, and all Conway did was spin the ball at Thomas's feet, and it cost him 15 yards from the 1 to the 16. Here's Barlow sweeping right on the pitch. Barlow dragged down by Jonathan Sullivan around the 10-yard line of the Saints, a 6-yard gain.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny, what you got?
And what happened was Fred Thomas got up screaming and hollering, saying that he was pushing. Like you guys just said, he was not pushed. If anything, Fred did the pushing, but he got up and he was yelling so much that it made the receiver get up and kind of get back in Thomas's face. Like, hey, I made the catch, shut up, and all that kind of stuff. And that's why they threw the flag.
Conway is split out wide to the right. Brandon Lloyd wide left on 2nd and 4 from the Saint 10. Saints clinging to a 10-3 lead. Here's Barlow stopping, starting, reversing his field, coming around the other side, running to the flag, and just like Sean Alexander a week ago, he did exactly the same thing. Took it right, the Saints overcommitted, took it back to the left and found no one home. He waltzes into the end zone for a 10-yard touchdown run.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth, and that's why when you play defensive football, you have to be disciplined in the things that you do. That when you're the backside defensive end or linebacker, you have to stay as deep as the deepest man in the backfield to guard against something like that. Last week, Sean Alexander, now after the ball game was over, Mike Holmgren said, hey, that was a design play. We're supposed to start to the right and then cut it to the left. This one right there, it was no question the 49ers are running right from the get-go, and Barlow just cuts it back, and there was nobody standing home to prevent that.
With Todd Peterson's extra point, we have a new game. 11:46 remaining in the second quarter. It's now the Niners 10 and the Saints 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
What do you do when the kids want to paint their room black and gold this football season? Go to Helm Paint and Supply to get the best Benjamin paint and all the supplies you'll need to get the job done fast. Helm Paint and Supply, when you want more from your local paint store. Go black and gold.
By now, you know that when it comes to your business's temporary power, compressed air, and temperature control needs, Agreco has the power to change your world and change how you feel about what a service company like Agreco can offer. Global power, local punch. Agreco, anytime, anywhere, for any situation. 504-461-0556.
Hey, y'all, Hokie Gajan here for Alltel. With a wife, 4 daughters, a son-in-law, and a granddaughter, we're always moving in a lot of different directions, that is. With all their idle chatter, I choose to use Access Text Messaging from Alltel. That lets you send and receive messages from your wireless Alltel phone. I know when they call, they'll be asking for something, so I just tell them to put it in writing. Access Text Messaging from Alltel, official wireless provider to the Saints.
Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
You're on Jeep Trail Rated Radio. Yeah, this is Jamal. So what's Trail Rated mean anyway? Well, Jamal, Jeep vehicles are the original 4x4s. They've been kicking butt for over 60 years. I know, but... No buts, baby. See, Jeep 4x4s have to pass the toughest tests out there before they can get a Trail Rated badge. Okay. That way, you know they passed, and you can feel confident and secure no matter where you go, Jamal. So if it's not Trail Rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4. Next call.
Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
Home of WWL's award-winning news team and reporter of the year, Chris Miller, WWL.
It's a New Orleans Saints tradition. Turn down the sound on your TV and turn up the Saints Radio Network next Sunday at noon when the Saints take on the Rams. Turn up the Saints Radio Network. Those Rams who are currently trailing the Atlanta Falcons 14-0. Well, the Niners go 52 yards in 6 plays in 3 minutes. Dorsey, who did not have a completion in the first quarter, 2 of 2 for 44 yards on that drive. A big penalty against Freddie Thomas. And Barlow on the day, 10 carries for 95 yards, including the 10-yard touchdown scamper, his first touchdown of the season. Another high pooched kickoff to the 30-yard line. And again, it's Tallman Gardner who will get a chance to return. He's returned more kickoffs in this game than Michael Lewis has beyond the 35-yard line. Check that. I think that might have been Lamont Hall returning it. And it was. Lamont Hall on the return, the third-string tight end. 1st and 10 for the Saints from their 37 when we return with 11:42 to play in quarter number 2. Niners and Saints tied at 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Allstate customers, please listen carefully to this message for emergency claim information. If your property or auto insured by Allstate was damaged by Hurricane Ivan, the Allstate Catastrophe Team is here and ready to help with claims specialists standing by to assist you. Just call 1-800-54-STORM. If you cannot get through immediately, please keep trying. Our claims specialists will help expedite your claim as quickly as possible to get you back on your feet. You can also file your claim online at allstate.com or call your local Allstate agent. In your time of need, you deserve personal help and attention. That's Allstate Stand. Once again, the number to call is 1-800-54-STORM. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois. 1-800-54-STORM. You can also file your claim online at allstate.com.
We're talking trash. No, I'm not talking about your mother-in-law or your ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend. We're talking garbage. River Parish Disposal is the only independent, full-service, locally owned and operated waste disposal company in the greater New Orleans area. We offer commercial, industrial, and residential service. Throw your garbage to the gator. River Parish Disposal, 738-7700. Our business stinks, but it's picking up.
Talk to Mayor Ray Nagin the first Wednesday of every month, 2 o'clock on the Big 870 WWL.
Welcome back to the Superdome. Hokie Gajan, Jim Henderson, and Kenny Wilkerson on the sidelines with the Beaver Springs Warriors Saints Sideline Report.
And very quickly, Deuce McAllister already back on the sidelines, in street clothes and in a boot, but it's good that he's already back out. It definitely signifies it's a high ankle sprain and that he's out for the day, but he's in good shape.
Here's Brooks looking to throw on first down, and it's incomplete, intended for Stallworth. Ahmed Plummer, the left cornerback, breaking it up. Well, Deuce carried 3 times in that first quarter before he was hurt on that third carry for just 1 yard. Aaron Stecker then came in and has carried 4 times for 24. Well, you got to work on Ahmed Plummer occasionally, but he's by far the better of the 2 corners. With Jimmy Williams on the other side, who's been victimized a couple of times in this game thus far. 2nd and 10 for the Saints from their 37. Handoff Stecker, and he rolls around to the 40-yard line. Tripped over his own blocker, Montre Holland, and it'll bring up 3rd down. We touched on it earlier. That's a 2-yard gain that the Saints are down to 1 running back in Aaron Stecker. Kajana Carter, who's on and off this roster on a weekly basis, was cut, waived again prior to this game. So the Saints have only Aaron Stecker and Mike Carney, the fullback, to give the ball to in the backfield. 3rd and 8 from the Saint 39. Niners showing blitz as the Saints go to the shotgun. They are coming up the middle. Here's Brooks going to throw it deep, looking for Horn, and the ball will be caught. What a catch again in traffic by Horn at the 38-yard line of the 49ers. He was just sandwiched, and he is shaken up and hurt. A 22-yard gain, and Horn clutching his left leg.
Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny, what you got?
A big-time shot, immediately reaching for that knee. It looks like one of the players already over there right now, kind of holding his ankle, but they are definitely going to have to get out there and help him off the field.
While they work on Joe Horn, we'll take the break. 10:37 to play, 2nd quarter. 49ers 10 and Saints 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Free speech rules on the David Tyree Show, weekdays 2 to 5 on the Big 870 WWL.
And we're going to go down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny?
Definitely looking at Joe Horn's left knee. He's pointing to the inside of it. I don't know if they're going to put him on the cart and bring him in or not. It looks like they've already, Dr. Finney was kind of testing it and strength and all that kind of stuff. It looks like Scotty Patton's going to work on him a little bit, but the left knee is what they're looking at on Joe Horn.
1st and 10 Saints at the 49er 38-yard line. Carney in motion, handing it off to Stecker. Stecker dancing around, then cutting upfield for a yard, maybe 2. Ahmed Plummer on the stop, along with the middle linebacker Derek Smith. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, this is WWL New Orleans, an Entercom communication station, AM 870, the news, talk, and sports leader.
2nd and 10 Saints at the 36 of the Niners. Play action. Brooks going to throw over the middle. And it's caught by Pathan. Touchdown! What a strike by Aaron Brooks. Hitting Pathan in stride inside the 5. He went in untouched. A 37-yard touchdown.
And when you talk about absolutely no indecision on the part of Aaron Brooks right there, when he dropped back, when that back foot planted, he saw that Jerome Pathan was going to the area of the field that he wanted him to be, and I mean threw just a perfect bullet right in there. And, we've talked about this, about Aaron all through the years and everything else. You could tell, even by, if you don't watch the end of the play, you could tell whether he knows that he's making the right decision or not. And right there, you could see it immediately that he knew exactly where he was going with the football. Perfect throw. Saints get back on top.
Good news on the field. Good news on the sideline as Joe Horn has his helmet back on and looks like he could return to action. Point after attempt here
Full
is
start offense, number 92. 5-yard penalty, still extra point.
as the Saints are going to be penalized on Tony Bryant's infraction. 37-yard touchdown catch by Jerome Pathan, his first touchdown of this season.
Well, Jim, the Saints have scored another touchdown. That means every Monday after the Saints game, you get the buy one, get one free blitz from Domino's Pizza. You can buy any large pizza at regular menu price and get the second pizza of equal or lesser value absolutely free.
After the 5-yard penalty, Carney's extra point is still up and through. And Aaron Brooks with his second touchdown pass of this first half, giving the Saints a 17-10 lead.
And we're going to go back down to Kenny Wilkerson with an Abita Springs Water Saints Sideline report.
Had they not scored on the play, the next play, Joe Horn would have been back on the field. He already had his helmet back on. I think they'll probably end up telling us that he sprained that knee a little bit. All they did was maybe rub a little of that Flexall 450 or Myoflex, whatever they use down here. But they loved to rub some of that hot cream on his knee, and he jumped back up, grabbed his helmet. He was ready to go back in, but they scored the touchdown. So he's back sitting down right now. He appears to be okay, and none of the trainers or anybody are talking to him or working on him.
Well, Kenny, even after getting an opportunity to watch the replay, all it showed was that when Joe made that catch, he came down and his knee actually hit the turf. It was just kind of, what I'm thinking is it's that concrete underneath that just kind of stung it right there, but he didn't get his knee caught up in anybody else's legs. It didn't get twisted in an awkward manner. It just came right down on that hard surface.
Well, remember, he sprained his knee last year against Seattle in the opener in the pregame warm-up and played pretty much all year with the knee sprained. Unless they tell him that he's got a torn ligament or something and bring him in the locker room, you can't keep him off the field. So he's already, you can see him, he's already got the socks pulled back up. He's got the pants back down. He's like rocking in his seat, anxious to get back in there, but he'll be able to rest it a little bit longer because defense is coming out now.
The Saints go 63 yards in 5 plays in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. A 37-yard strike, Brooks to Jerome Pathan, putting the Saints back on top 17-10. Niners led earlier in this game 3-0. Saints came back to take a 10-3 lead after the first quarter. Niners scored a tying touchdown on a 10-yard Kevin Barlow run. But the Saints retake the lead on the strike from Brooks to Pathan. And Brooks on the day, 9 out of 12 through the air for 166 yards. Those 2 touchdowns, one to Joe Horn and one to Jerome Pathan. And he has been sacked on the opening play of this game for the Saints offense. Arnaz Battle back to return this kickoff. Battle's had problems with indecision as a return man. It nearly cost him on that last miscue when the Saints, Monty Montgomery ran into him, and he had problems last week. And we've also seen his running mate back there, Jamal Robertson, battle with him for the football. This is going to be Robertson taking it from his 1 back to the 10 to the 15. He's up to the 20, and the Saints trip him up short of the 25-yard line with Orlando Ruff on the tackle after a 24-yard return.
Jim, that's one of the reasons I'm not in favor of putting 2 people back there, because you get that indecision when the ball is kicked toward the middle of the field. Unless the coaching staff tells you, hey, you are the guy that's going to catch the ball and you're going to return and everything else. When you put 2 people back there, when it's kicked in one man's area and he's not really the guy that you want returning it, the other guy's going to go there and try and get it, and that therefore you're going to have those little squabbles taking place back there.
Alphonse and Gaston, 1st and 10 from the 24. Handoff Barlow. And he drops the ball as he crosses the 25-yard line. Looks like he got it back or it was blown dead. It will remain in possession of the 49ers. A 3-yard gain. You know, you mentioned about how decisive Brooks was in hitting Pathan. Just got a chance to look at the replay. He saw in that formation that Pathan was going to be matched up with the linebacker, Julian Peterson. So he knew he was going there right away, and Pathan just whipped him 5 yards downfield and was running behind him.
I tell you what, I mean, it's probably the greatest feeling in the world for a quarterback to drop back, see that mismatch that you want, and have it open up right from the beginning of the route.
2nd and 8 from the 49er 26. Dorsey changing the play, conveying the change of that play to his wide receivers and the running back Barlow, sweeping right on the pitch, and he's hit in the backfield and dropped by Jay Bellamy for a loss on the play. And Bellamy invites plaudits for his performance and gets them from this sellout crowd. That's a loss of 3.
I'll tell you what, here in the last season and the first 2 games of this year, Jay Bellamy has made a ton of plays. He's not threatening to go to the Pro Bowl or anything like that, but I'm going to tell you what, you put that guy up to the line of scrimmage, he'll at least get up there and mix it up with those running backs and make tackles in the backfield and try and make things happen.
3rd and 11 for the Niners from the 49er 23. Here's Dorsey. He is crushed. Woo! Charles Grant just buried him. Dorsey felt some pressure, stepped up in the pocket, looked like he had time to deliver the ball, and all of a sudden, Charles Grant, like he was shot out of a cannon, just hit him right between the numbers, in this case the 7, and put him right on his back.
I mean, came out of nowhere. What he did, he started up the field, and then he just ducked inside the tackle, and I mean, nobody whatsoever touched him, and he had a free run at Ken Dorsey and just planted him on his back.
The 2nd sack of the day for the Saints, and you can hear the oohs and ahs from the fans as they watch it on the Jumbotron. Here's the punt by Lee. Short, high. Lewis running up and makes a diving fair catch inside 49er territory at the San Francisco 46-yard line. Just a 31-yard punt by Andy Lee. Timeout on the field. Saints with excellent field position when we return. 7:36 to play, second quarter. Saints 17 and the 49ers 10. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Ever wonder who coined the phrase, "We eliminate the middleman"? Well, one thing's pretty certain. It wasn't the middleman. And how did they eliminate him? Something fishy there. But I digress. Geico pioneered direct-to-consumer car insurance over 65 years ago, and they've been saving smart drivers money ever since. Give them a call, and you might ask them, what did they do with the middleman?
Geico's customer satisfaction stands at 97%. How would you rate your car insurance company? Geico. 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
LendingTree.com presents How to Get Out from Under Debt. First, take an average guy. Hello. Then add some credit card debt, a car payment, and a student loan. Ow. To get out from under all this debt, get a debt consolidation loan from LendingTree.com, where banks compete and you choose the loan that's right for you. Call 1-800-555-TREE. That's 1-800-555-TREE. When banks compete, you win at LendingTree.com.
Equal housing opportunity. Some restrictions may apply. See website for details.
Time to flush and fill your car's cooling system. So get to AutoZone for ValueCraft 50/50 pre-diluted antifreeze. Now only $2.99 a gallon after rebate. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This is Ronnie Lamarck. Hey, New Orleans. On world-famous Canal Street, Lamarck Downtown Dodge, arm in arm with Jeep and Chrysler. It's simply remarkable. Lamarck Downtown Dodge. Trucks, and more trucks.
Home of the national champion LSU Fighting Tigers, the Big 870 WWL.
Best starting position of the day for the Saints offense to begin a drive. The San Francisco 47 on their 6th series. The Saints have averaged starting at their own 39 and only once inside their own 35.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what, Jim, Joe Horn is back out there in the huddle, and I mean, it kind of shows his willingness to play, but, you know, this is an opportunity for the Saints offense right now to make a statement. I mean, this is absolutely great field position. Your defense is playing good. Let's go ahead and put this thing in the end zone and put a dagger in the heart of the 49ers.
On first down, Boo Williams in motion. Handoff Stecker. Williams blocking in front of him. Stecker getting all he can down to around the 43-yard line of the 49ers. A gain of 5. Haven't seen Boo Williams utilized at all today as a pass receiver. They've thrown a ball to Conwell that he had momentarily. It was ruled incomplete. Williams has not had an opportunity to make a catch. Aaron Stecker a bit gimpy as he comes back to the Saints huddle. After a gain of 5, it brings up 2nd and 5 from the 42. Brooks stumbles as he retreats all the way back at his 43. He throws, and it's caught by Horn on a comeback route on the near sideline. Hard to see where the spot of the football will be. Looks to be the 33-yard line of the 49ers. That's a first down and a 9-yard gain.
Joe Horn's got 3 catches in this game, and all 3 catches have been, I won't say spectacular, but I mean, they've been big-time catches.
Looked like Brooks perhaps had his foot stepped on by one of his offensive linemen as he got out from underneath center, but showing some good agility, able to stay alive and complete that pass for a first down at the 33-yard line of the Niners. Saints leading 17-10. Here's Stecker, and he's hit hard at the line of scrimmage this time with 3 49ers meeting him there with the linebacker Derek Smith, along with the other linebacker Jamie Winborn, the first two in, limiting Stecker to a 2-yard gain.
Well, some of those other games in progress right now, Jim. Detroit leads Houston 7-0. Atlanta over St. Louis 14-0. Chicago over Green Bay 7-3. The Giants lead Washington 14-7. Jacksonville over Denver 7-3. Tennessee Titans lead Indianapolis 10-3, and we'll catch up with those other scores here in just a minute. Those are all second quarter scores.
On 2nd and 8 from the Niner 31. Brooks, play action. Throws down the middle, and it's broken up by Plummer, intended for Joe Horn. And Ahmed Plummer, fifth-year man out of Ohio State, and as we mentioned, by far the better of the two corners out here today for the Niners, making a nice play over the shoulder of Horn, swatting the ball away with his left hand. Textbook coverage by Ahmed Plummer.
And those other two scores right now, Baltimore leads Pittsburgh 10-7, Kansas City over Carolina 10-7, and of course Seattle and Tampa Bay, they are the afternoon game. All those scores are second quarter scores.
Understand the Rams have scored against the Falcons to make it 14-7. 3rd and 8 from the 31-yard line of the Niners. Brooks in the shotgun. Looks, throws. Wide open is a receiver at the 22-yard line. That's Dante Stallworth. A first down. Looked to be Tony Parrish coming up from his safety position to make the tackle. Brooks has been very sharp. Make that Ronnie Hurd, the free safety, coming up and bringing down Stallworth, but a 9-yard gain and a Saints first down.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick.
Yeah, guys, before that play on the incompletion of Joe Horn, he pointed over the bench and took himself out. Walked off the field a little bit gimpy and has not gotten back into the game as of yet, but he definitely took himself out. He's standing on the sidelines trying to catch his breath right now.
1st and 10 from the 22. Stallworth in motion. Pathan split out to the near side. They throw the screen out to Stallworth, slips a tackle, and takes it inside the 20 down to around the 16-yard line. Staying in bounds, and the clock continues to run. The linebacker Derek Smith on the stop. That's a 5-yard gain. The strength of this Niner defense is their linebackers, Derek Smith, Julian Peterson, and Jeff Albrecht, along with Jamie Winborn, who oftentimes comes in, are speedy linebackers and the best part of this Niner defense.
Well, the bell cow of that whole bunch is Julian Peterson. I mean, he was a first-round pick, and he's lived up to everything that they wanted. I mean, he just he doesn't have a great supporting cast around him right now, but he is a great player.
Call it 2nd and 4 from the Niners 16. Baxton and I. And a near fumble by Stecker on the exchange. He'll be dropped for a loss on the play by Peterson, of whom you spoke. But the Saints are lucky to hold on to the football there, because on the exchange between Brooks and Stecker, that ball was bobbled by the running back. And once he took it in, he was dropped for a 2-yard loss. Well, Aaron Stecker was the first player the Saints picked up in free agency in the offseason, limited by a neck stinger during preseason, but having to carry the ball for this Saints offense at the moment in the absence of Deuce McAllister, who will not be back today. 3rd and 6 from the Niner 18. Joe Horn back in there in motion left to right. Brooks again, play action, pats the football, throws it into the end zone, incomplete. Pathan is pointing at the defender, Tony Parrish, that he was interfered with. No flag.
Well, there was some contact down there in the end zone, and I'm not so sure that Jerome Pathan didn't have an argument. I'm not going to say it was a very flagrant foul that they committed there in the secondary, but he definitely got interfered with to a certain degree. Oh, no, they just got their feet tangled up is all it was. He actually, the defensive back, never did lay a hand on him, so I correct myself, and that was a good call, or no call by the officials, I should say.
So on comes John Carney from the left hash mark to attempt a 36-yard field goal. Todd Bauman, the holder. Bauman puts it down. Carney puts it up. It is long enough. It is straight enough, and John Carney connects on a 36-yard field goal as the Saints restore their 10-point lead with 3:35 to play before halftime. It's the Saints 20 and the 49ers 10.
And I mean, that was all that happened down there in the end zone. You know, I mean, the officials, I think they do a heck of a job with that. I mean, if you're out there chicken fighting with somebody, you know, you're using your hands against everybody and all that kind of stuff. But once your feet get tangled up, I don't see that there's any way in the world an official can throw a flag on something like that. And maybe we can get a better perspective of that. And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson. Wilkerson with an Abita Springs Water Saints Sideline report. Kenny?
Yeah, and the good thing about, if you can find anything good out of that play, Hokie, is the feet definitely got tangled up. The referee didn't even reach for the flag or anything. I mean, he wasn't about to make the call. But the thing that they talked a lot about with Aaron Brooks and the lack of playing time in the preseason was that timing in the red zone. The throw, and this is what I'm getting at, was where it needed to be, and he put it in the right spot. Had the feet not got tangled up with Jerome Payton and the defender, he would have been into the corner of that end zone with plenty of room to spare. And those are the biggest things that they were worried about. Was Aaron going to get the throws in the corners and on the fades and on those type of plays? And the throw was right that time.
Saints enjoying their biggest lead of the day. A 10-point margin, 20-10 our score, as they go 29 yards in 9 plays. Here's the kickoff return from his 4 by Robertson. He hits it up in there hard, dragged down as he crosses his 30-yard line, as a flag comes down as well late. Steve Gleason was involved with one of the 49ers, and it was
holding
thrown
during
at
the return.
feet of the 49er.
10-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down, San Francisco.
Terry Jackson, the 6-year man out of Florida, as I mentioned earlier, the brother of Willie Jackson, who played for the Saints with some degree of success in Jim Haslett's first couple of years, guilty of the infraction. His 4 by Robertson. He hits it up in there hard, dragged down as he crosses his 30-yard line, as a flag comes down as well late. Steve Gleason was involved with one of the 49ers, and it was
holding
thrown
during
at
the return.
feet of the 49er.
10-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down, San Francisco.
Terry Jackson, the 6-year man out of Florida, as I mentioned earlier, the brother of Willie Jackson, who played for the Saints with some degree of success in Jim Haslett's first couple of years, guilty of the infraction. Well, the Saints went, as I mentioned, 29 yards in 9 plays in 4 minutes and 1 second. Aaron Brooks on the day, 12 out of 17 for 190 yards, 2 touchdowns and a sack. Horn, 5 catches for 66 and a touchdown. Stallworth, 4 for 61.
Well, after that kickoff return, watching Kevin Mangum, the Saints assistant trainer, he's bringing Steve Gleason over the sideline, and he's kind of holding up Steve underneath his armpit, which would lead you to believe that he's either drunk or got a concussion.
Here's Dorsey throwing to the far sideline. Catch is made over there by Curtis Conway, a 9-yard gain.
And
the runner was ruled forced out. Second down.
And just speaking of Steve Gleason, I'm not saying he's got a concussion, but he's a little bit woozy because he was pretty wobbly coming off the field.
He will give his body up now. 2nd and 1 at the 31-yard line of the Niners, as the officials
timeout. San Francisco.
Recognizes San Francisco timeout.
It'll be a 30-second timeout.
And let's go down to Kenny Wilkerson with an Abita Springs Water Saints Sideline report.
Yeah, Hokie, and I do think that Steve Gleason's trying to figure out where he is. Terry Jackson actually, after the play, got up and motioned to the Saints bench to send the trainers in, because I think Gleason, I don't know, you can't tell what he was saying out there, or what he was doing, but I think they knew immediately from the shot that something had happened to him. And yeah, as you mentioned it, he kind of wobbled on off. He's up and moving around right now, which is a good sign. And I'll tell you another thing, too, while we've got a second here. With Deuce McAllister coming back out here already, the good thing is that he's got the boot on and appears to be walking around okay. And with that high ankle sprain, that's when that ankle will twist out. And as you were saying, Jim, you don't want to put a lot of weight and any pressure on it. But with him already having the boot on and appearing to be walking around halfway decent when he is on his feet, that is a good sign. The question is going to be is whether or not this is a 2, 3, 4 week injury with Deuce McAllister.
The Falcons leading the Rams today by a score of 14-7. We understand that Michael Vick has rushed 7 times for 91 yards in the first half. The Niners last week limited him to 10 yards and 6 carries. Running it straight ahead appears to be Jackson up to the 33-yard line. Looks to be a first down, and is, as they unstack the players there. Jonathan Sullivan on the bottom, and it was Terry Jackson on the carry for 2. Kevin Barlow has rushed 12 times for 94 yards, including that 60-yard scamper down to the New Orleans 5-yard line back in the first quarter. But the Saints defense stiffened, and the Niners had to settle for a 30-yard field goal. 1st and 10 for San Francisco from the Niner 33. Dorsey, play action, steps up in the pocket, delivers a wobbly pass, and it is going to be incomplete, intended for the wide receiver Arnaz Battle. And was that to Bucky Jones who clobbered him?
No, I think that was Fakir Brown.
Was Fakir Brown.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Fakir, you know what really happened right there? He got himself caught in no man's land. He didn't know whether to go for the interception or go for the kill shot, and he kind of just collided with the receiver because he could have made it a lot worse collision than it really was.
Boy, Ken Dorsey does not have the strongest of arms, does he? He hasn't thrown a tight, hard spiral, I don't think, in this entire game. 2nd and 10 from the 33 of the Niners. Wideouts left and right, one back. And this is Jackson, hit at the line of scrimmage by Jonathan Sullivan. And Jonathan Sullivan showing some ability to move around up there. Limits Jackson to a short gain, short of the 35-yard line, a 2-yard gain. Howard Green in on it as well.
That's their first game timeout. It'll be a 30-second timeout.
The Saints take the timeout as we approach the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes and 26 seconds to go before halftime. The Saints looking to get their hands on the football perhaps one more time before the conclusion of this first half.
Well, it was a smart timeout right there by Jim Henderson. You still got the 2-minute warning coming up. You got the 49ers in a 3rd and long situation. You get them off the field, and you get the opportunity for your offense to try and move down there and at least try and get yourself in the field goal range. If not, in the scoring range. So scoring range meaning field goal or touchdown, but you certainly take a field goal at this stage of the game.
Well, the Niners, with that 30-yard Peterson field goal to open the scoring for them, have now scored in an NFL record 420 consecutive games. They were last shut out way back in 1977. And in the interim, they've had some great quarterbacking, none of whom remain. Right now, it's Ken Dorsey, who's had a rough day so far. 3rd and 8 from his 35. Dorsey retreats. Going to throw it deep down the near sideline for Battle. And Battle is dragged down blatantly by Fakir Brown for a pass interference. I'm not sure he could have caught that ball. Fakir Brown had no idea where it was. Fearful of being beaten for a touchdown, he drags down Arnaz Battle, who has but one catch this season for 6 yards.
Pass interference, number 35. Spot foul, first down.
Not much you could say in defense of that call. If you're the Saints, not much you could argue about because that was very clear in the open field.
I mean, we saw it from up here from the get-go, and I mean, I don't know that Fakir Brown had to put himself in that situation. He had a little bit of safety help over the top, so it wasn't like the receiver's just going to run by him scot-free and get in the end zone.
Play action, Dorsey, lots of time. Now it breaks down, and he has to dump it off over the middle to Barlow inside the 30-yard line of the Saints. A 4-yard gain as Dorsey didn't have the time to look downfield very long, nor an open receiver.
You look just how things have changed here in just the last couple of minutes. 3rd and long situation. Now the 49ers are in field goal range in just a matter of 2 plays.
2-minute warning, 20-10. Saints on top. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
A lot of companies will reward you for giving them more business. They just won't do it right away. Allstate doesn't understand that. Should it really take 3 years to save enough air miles for 1 free flight? And why is the 5th car wash free? Why can't you save on the 2nd one? Allstate wants to reward you right now with home and auto discounts. If you insure your house and car with Allstate, you'll save up to 20% off your home insurance and 10% off your auto bill. Not in 3 years, not even in 3 weeks. You start saving immediately. So if you call about Allstate home and auto discounts today, you could be rewarded with savings tomorrow. Quality home and auto insurance should be affordable. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
To find out more, visit your local Allstate agent or click on allstate.com. Discounts and insurance offered only to select companies and subject to availability and qualifications. Discount amounts may be lower. Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're listening to the sound of the all-new Dodge Magnum. You see, with a 340 horsepower Hemi engine, not to mention 5-link independent suspension, you can expect quite a performance from Magnum. Woohoo! And when you open the unique L-shaped forward hinging lift gate, you can stand in awe at everything you were able to fit into the spacious cargo area.
Oh?
Right. Dodge Magnum. The performance you want, the versatility you need. So open it up from either end. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Get the news you need to know on the go. Every hour on the Big 870 WWL.
No Hibernia National Bank challenges this half, brought to you by Hibernia National Bank, the official bank of the New Orleans Saints. Right now, open a Hibernia personal or business checking account and get a deluxe cooler seat free. Make Hibernia your official bank and trust all your financial needs with the one you know, Hibernia, where service matters.
After a slow start, when he missed his first 5 in the first quarter, Ken Dorsey has hit 4 of his last 5. 2nd and 6 here from the 30. Dorsey to throw. Pumps once, now dumps it off again to Beasley, and the fullback carries inside the 25-yard line. He'll be close to the first down. May have it as Dorsey again dumps the ball off to a running back, this time for 7 yards. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Don't be a squirrel from the heart of the Crescent City. This is WWL New Orleans, an Entercom communication station, AM 870, the news, talk, and sports leader.
First down at the Saint 23. Dorsey, play action, well protected this time. Going to have a chance to throw to the end zone. Got a receiver, but he can't keep both feet in bounds. It was caught by Brandon Lloyd, who had clearly beaten the Saints secondary, but he couldn't get that second foot down.
Well, it was a nice read by Ken Dorsey right there. I mean, once he dropped back, he found the receiver that he was going to and hit the wide open man once again. And not a busted coverage by the Saints, just somebody that was in a chase mode. And actually what it was, I think he did have possession of the ball. He only had 1 foot inbounds.
2nd and 10 from the Saint 23. 1:18 to play before halftime. Saints leading 20-10. Officials stopping play.
Well, I think the 49ers may be going to challenge this, or it's going to come from a challenge upstairs, but it was clear right there. I mean, there's not a whole lot they can look at this. It was only 1 foot inbounds, and there's absolutely no way that they can spend a whole lot of time looking at this replay if that, in fact, is what they're doing.
And that appears to be the case as the referee comes to the sideline. Not a bad idea for the 49ers to challenge. It'll only cost them a timeout.
Well,
in the final 2 minutes, it's the people upstairs, isn't
That's
it?
right. And I mean, but this is not even close, though, Jim. I mean, I don't even see why. Well, I don't know. I mean,
he's only got 1 foot in.
Yeah, he's only got 1 foot in. But when you watch it again, you're going to see just about the time.
To see if the receiver got both feet in and possession of the football. We'll review the play.
Just about the time that the ball touches his hand, he's got 1 foot in, then the other one steps in into the end zone. But I don't think that the ball was actually in his possession. See what I'm talking about right there? And I know we're on radio, but that foot is down. That ball is in his hands right there, and that foot is clearly in bounds. That foot is clearly in bounds. But then once he gains possession of it, he is clearly out of bounds.
Does that
make any sense?
Not really, but I'm used to that. I would think that this call on the field will stand. It looks like that second foot came down out of bounds. Remember, it has to be overturned by incontrovertible, visible evidence. And Larry Nimmers with his head under the hood, trying to find out now if that exists. Well, you look at these 49ers, and they lost so many people in the offseason. How many teams could afford to lose their best receiver, Terrell Owens, their starting quarterback, Jeff Garcia, one of their best running backs in Garrison Hurst, Ty Streets, who was the second receiver on this team, Derek Deese, a starting offensive lineman, and Ron Stone, a starting offensive lineman, all because there's so much up against it with the salary cap.
And they also lost their defensive coordinator, not because of the salary cap, but a guy that has moved on and is now the head coach in for the Atlanta Falcons and coaching in the NFL. And, I mean, he was a guy that, led them into one of the top 12, top 10 rankings in the NFL. So, you're talking about a team with a complete overhaul. It is the San Francisco 49ers. They're not that feared opponent that they once were because of all those losses to other different teams.
Well, here comes Larry Nimmers back onto the field to play to tell us what he has seen.
After reviewing the play, the receiver did not get 2 feet down in the end zone. Therefore, the ruling on the field stands. It's an incomplete pass. Second down.
We could have told you that about 4 minutes ago. In fact, we tried to. A lot was made last week after the game by the San Francisco Riders that a lot of the San Francisco defenders posed with Jimmy Mora on the field for a group picture. And they didn't think the Niners took that loss hard enough. 2nd and 10 from the 23-yard line of the Saints. Backs it an eye. Dorsey going to throw, and he throws it high but complete inside the 15-yard line to Curtis Conway. A leaping reception in front of Ashley Ambrose, but apparently short of the first down. A 9-yard gain. 49ers will take a timeout.
That's their second team timeout.
And we'll have one more timeout remaining. Well, they gave Terry Donahue, their general manager, a 4-year contract extension this week through 2009. A lot of people around the Bay Area probably a little perplexed by that, in that they have had to sacrifice so many people, but it wasn't all of his doing. Every year they'd have these big contracts come up, and they would renegotiate contracts to spread the salary cap over the years in which they had signed these players to extension, but eventually it was catching up to them, and so they decided to finally bite the bullet. They're going to lose for a while, they're sure of that, but they're going to have at least 10 draft choices in 2005 because of all these people they've lost and the compensatory picks they'll get.
But I'm going to tell you something, Jim. I mean, this is just my opinion and my opinion only, and if you want to argue with it, you're more than welcome to. I don't know that you build through the draft anymore because you season a guy for 3 or 4 years and he leaves and goes somewhere else.
3rd and 1 from the 14. They'll run it for a first down and more inside the 5 down to the 1-yard line. It's Terry Jackson nearly into the end zone. A 13-yard scamper. The ball will be placed at the 1-yard line, 1st and goal. Now remember, they had it 1st and goal from the 5 back in the first quarter and couldn't score, but now it's 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. The clock is running and showing 40 seconds remaining in the half. Kevin Barlow checks in as the tailback in a 3 tight end formation. They give it to him, and Barlow tripped up but into the end zone for the touchdown. So the Saints, victimized in the waning moments of the first half, calling a timeout, hoping to get their hands back on the football. That came back to bite them because Fakir Brown, with a blatant pass interference, allowed the 49er drive to continue, and it results in a touchdown with 28 seconds remaining before intermission.
And you're exactly right, Jim. That was the key play in this whole drive. The Saints had the 49ers in the 3rd and long situation, 3rd and about 8, 3rd and about 9, something like that, and the big penalty is what killed it, kept this drive alive. And I was talking about, all right, now you've gone from getting the ball back by the 49ers punting it to you to now the 49ers being in field goal range, and now they scored a touchdown.
Peterson's extra point is up and through, and with 28 seconds remaining before halftime, the 49ers climbing back into it, trailing once more by 3, 20-17 Saints, as Barlow has scored 2 touchdowns here in the second quarter.
Well, the Saints are playing a little bit better today than they did last week, but they're not playing the same type of opponent that they played last weekend in Seattle. So, I mean, what they got to do right now is, you got 28 seconds left on the clock. I don't expect the Saints to come down and do anything spectacular or anything like that if they don't get a very good kickoff return from Michael Lewis, although up to this point, the 49ers, all they've done is just do some pooch kicking. So that kind of in itself puts you in a little bit of good field position, but they've got to go in there at halftime, get regrouped, and say, look, this team shouldn't be able to stay on the field with us, because I just, my personal opinion is I think the Saints have too much talent for them to sit around here and let a team like the 49ers just hang around with them right now in this type of ball game.
But the Saints have had the same problem that they had last year through much of the year when they finished 27th against the run, and last week against the Seahawks when Sean Alexander had over 130 yards rushing. The Niners have rushed for 120 yards on 17 carries in the first half, an average of 7 yards per carry, and the 2 touchdowns by Barlow. A high, short kickoff, a little deeper than prior, will be fielded by Lewis at the 16, 25, 30. The little guy brought down around his 33-yard line. And 16 yards on the return by Lewis. Brandon Moore on the tackle for the 49ers.
Even right there, when the Saints lined up for that kickoff return, Michael Lewis was standing on the 15-yard line because they they've kind of just said that, all right, this is what they're going to do. They're going to pooch kick the ball to us, and we have to be ready for that. And they move Michael Lewis all the way up to the 15-yard line. And when you're talking about getting the ball out to the 32, it's not a spectacular return just because he didn't have that much room to work with.
24 seconds left before halftime. The Saints have 2 timeouts remaining. 1st and 10 from the New Orleans 32. Brooks in the shotgun. 49ers rush just 3. Thrown over the middle to Horn for a very short reception to around the 38-yard line of the Saints, with linebacker Derek Smith on the tackle after a 6-yard gain. Saints will take the timeout. 18 seconds remaining before halftime. Well, the 49ers, and we mentioned this in the open, I don't think I have ever seen a team in the NFL with 3 quarterbacks, all of whom were taken in the last round of the draft, all 7th-round draft choices. Tim Rattay out of Louisiana Tech, Ken Dorsey off the Miami Hurricanes, and this past year they picked up Cody Pickett with their 7th pick in the draft, a rookie out of Washington.
Well, the 49ers have had a way of making quarterbacks. I mean, Joe Montana was a 3rd-round pick. Now, I know Steve Young was picked in the 1st round, but they've kind of had a way of making names out of quarterbacks, guys that come in the late rounds.
2nd and 4 from the 38. Brooks is going to have to throw short and underneath to Stecker. Stecker runs for the sideline, dives for the sideline, did not get there in the view of the official, as the clock will be stopped with 7 seconds remaining as the Saints will utilize a timeout. They have none remaining.
Well, Jim, I think that was a good example right there, the things that we've talked about in the past, that Aaron Stecker was not going forward because he got hit. I mean, the defensive lineman, the defensive back came up there and hit him, and his forward progress was not taking him to the sidelines or taking him up the field. So I think that was the right call on the part of the officials that, hey, you weren't going up the field, so therefore we're not stopping the clock. But the Saints did stop it because they had a timeout to burn.
The new Niner defensive coordinator with the departure of Jim Moore is Willie Robinson. He was with the Steelers the last 4 years as their defensive backs coach. The 49ers throughout preseason toyed with playing a 3-4 like the Steelers have done for so long, and abandoned that late in preseason, feeling they didn't have the right personnel to play it.
Well, that's the whole key right there, Jim. I mean, it's all well and good to say you're going to do that, but if you don't have the personnel to play it, then you can't do it. It's just not that simple just to switch everything over.
Well, that's a curious call right there as the Saints stop the clock.
Call a timeout so they can kneel
for
down.
An opportunity to kneel down and take the final seconds off it.
Oh, well.
I guess that decision was reached during the timeout, not to take a chance with the football, but it doesn't please the crowd here as the Saints head to the locker room along with the 49ers, with New Orleans on top of San Francisco 20-17. We're at halftime in the Louisiana Superdome. Don't go anywhere. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
UWL.
Welcome back to the Dome, everyone. Larry Matson here at halftime with the Saints leading at 20-17. Our halftime guest is Ro Brown, and our interview is brought to you by Subway. Choose well. Ro handles a TV show on Cox Sports 37 here in the New Orleans area. Saints Insider. With all the sportscasters in our area turned newscasters during the storm, I was kind of looking for you out in the storm somewhere.
Well, I guess maybe I was one of the first to do that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Ro, tell us a little bit about the Insider Show, how it all got started, what you do, and that sort of thing.
Outside the Huddle is what it's called. Outside the Huddle, it's a Saints community affairs show. I like to tell people it's not really a football show. It has to have some football in it, but it's an opportunity for people to find out what the Saints do in the community. You know, what the team does, what individual players do.
And a lot of these guys do things that people don't know.
Exactly. For a long time, I think the Saints did a pretty poor job of letting people know some of the things they were doing in the community, and this show is a tremendous opportunity for them to let people know what they are doing.
And they used to have a speakers bureau of some sort years ago, and I don't know if that ever got off the ground really well enough, where the players would come, just like the Touchdown Club or some booster club or something like that. They might come speak, but this is more than that. This is actually giving back to the community in many other ways.
Right, and they still do that. Of course, the community relations department headed by Paul Corliss, and Janella Newsom also works in that. They coordinate a lot of the speaking engagements. They still do that a great deal, but you'd be surprised some of the things that Saints players are involved in during the year, and it's an opportunity, as I said, to let people know what they do individually as players and what the organization does. A lot of times people kind of have an idea the organization may do some things, but what's really fun are the things that players are involved with on a personal level.
They get involved in United Way. One thing they get involved with, I know a lot of the receivers and tight ends get together. There's so many receptions. They give so many dollars.
Takeda.
That's right. And then you've got Induce with his foundation.
With his foundation. Aaron Brooks, of course, with his reading situation. And a lot of the players have their own individual things, and it's really fun. It's really neat to talk to them about that and to see them in a different light.
Yeah, see them away from the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Ro, what do you think about this one here in the first half?
It doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't.
It really doesn't. I mean, San Francisco is not a very good football team, and if the Saints are what they say they are, they should be. It shouldn't be 2017 at this point. It's one of those games where you get the feeling that you're letting the 49ers hang around and gain confidence, and it's not a good feeling. They're ahead by 3, but it's not a good feeling. I don't have a good feeling about this game. I really don't.
You feel like this one should have been put away early, and yet if you don't put it away, it can be something come back and sting you.
Yes, and then you add to that the injury to Deuce McAllister. The two players I think that they can't afford to lose, Deuce McAllister and Aaron Brooks, and Deuce is gone for the day with an ankle injury.
Joe Horn went down short briefly, but that looked bad at the time.
Exactly, at the time. Aaron Stecker did a little limping, but looked like he's okay. But 20-17 at the half against this team, maybe this team as the Saints have bigger problems than we thought.
All right, Ro, thanks for spending some time with us. Get down and save some gumbo for me.
My pleasure.
Ran out last week.
Okay, I'll let him know that Larry Madsen will be here.
All right,
be there for a little gumbo.
Thank you, Ro.
Thank you.
It is halftime. The score 20-17. Saints on top. We'll be back with our halftime stats after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network Equipment Headquarters. And we've got 220 yards for the New Orleans Saints, 178 for the San Francisco 49ers. Brooks, 14 of 19 for 195 yards. And, of course, Deuce McAllister, the story here at the first half, only 3 carries, 1 yard, 1 out with the injury, and will not return in this one. Got some scores very quickly we'll update for you. Chicago at Green Bay. Chicago leading Green Bay right now 14-3. The Giants leading Washington 20-7. Warner in that one 14 of 19 for 172 and a touchdown. The story in Atlanta 17-7 over St. Louis. They're in the third. The story there is Vic has rushed for 91 yards on 7 carries, so he's leading the game in rushing yards and leading his team right now over the Rams at 17-7. Quickly, a couple of other stats. Stecker has rushed 9 times for 32 yards, and Barlow 13 for 95 here in the first half. Dorsey only 6 of 13 for 73 for the 49ers. And we will be back. Our halftime score 20-17 Saints. We'll be back with comments from Buddy D after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. 7-8 Saints, and here's Buddy D.
All right, Larry, the Saints have found another team in deep trouble besides themselves. The 49ers have never been able to take advantage of it in the first half, despite losing their number 1 player, Deuce McAllister, to a high right ankle sprain on the Saints' first offensive series. Aaron Brooks is having a strong game, and Joe Horn has already made 3 big league catches. And another long one over the shoulder grab by Dante Stallworth. Defensively, it's a different story. In the first quarter, Kevin Barlow rushed for 72 yards on 6 carries, including a 50-yarder run to the Saints' 5. The Saints have had shoddy tackling again and are getting beat at the line of scrimmage when the 49ers have the ball. The 49ers had 120 rushing yards in the half. It's only a 3-point lead for New Orleans, and the game is still very much up for grabs. But these two teams have exposed enough holes in themselves that neither of them figure to be playing into January. It's really too bad they don't play each other again this season like they used to when we're in the same division. The Saints have a big edge at quarterback. Aaron Brooks over Ken Dorsey making his first start, and that's been the difference so far, and hopefully it'll be the difference in the second half. But hey, folks, this ain't the year.
All right, Buddy, comments from Buddy D, and it is halftime 20-17. Hokie, just a quick note. The Dogs catching the Frisbees. Maybe these receivers ought to take some notes on how they go down there. They made some pretty great catches out there.
Oh, I tell you what, I mean, those Dogs are fun to watch during the halftime festivities because they bust their rear end from one end of the field to the other to catch that Frisbee.
And they do make the catch.
Yes, they do.
All right.
Well, you can't fault that on the Saints in this particular game.
Well, that's right.
They've been catching the ball well.
All right, it is halftime. The score, Saints 20, 49ers 17. We'll be back with a start of the second half right after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
As Hurricane Ivan passes through, the Hartford is here to help rebuild. Adjusters are standing by to take your claim, and they'll be reviewing damage in person as the storm moves on. For customers who need to report damage from Hurricane Ivan, please call our toll-free number at 1-800-243-5860. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you have a claim, call 1-800-243-5860. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Before, during, and after a storm, you can help speed the recovery. Before, make a visual and written record of your property and values. During, follow any safety directives issued by public authorities. And after, take care to avoid downed power lines or loose wires and cover all openings with heavy plastic until your claim adjuster arrives. More tips for hurricane preparation can be found at our website, www.thehartford.com. And once again, the Hartford's number to report claims is 1-800-243-5860. That's 1-800-243-5860.
Home of the Jim Haslett Show and Saints football, the Big 870 WWL.
Welcome back to the Louisiana Superdome. Jim Henderson, Hokie Gajan, and Kenny Wilkerson down on the sideline. Saints leading by a score of 20-17, and will have the opportunity to return the second half kickoff. Biggest disparity I see in the stats. Net yards rushing for the 49ers in the first half, 120 for the Saints, but 32. Largely in the absence of Deuce McAllister. Kevin Barlow, 13 carries, 95 yards, an average of 7.3. His longest gain, that of 60, and 2 touchdowns.
Well, he had that one big 60-yard run right after Deuce McAllister got hurt. On that carry that he made over there on the 49ers sideline, the ankle kind of blew out on him. He fumbled the ball. And, I mean, I think that the whole dome, the Saints football team, both offense and defense and everything else, I mean, they were in a little bit of shock right then. Very first play coming out of that, boom, Barlow goes for 60 yards. And I think that just, I really and truly think it was a situation where the Saints were just like, they were shocked. I mean, Deuce McAllister has been the staple of this offense for so long that once he went down, I don't think anybody could believe it. And they went out there and they let their guard down for a few seconds.
Aaron Stecker came in and on one of his first carries went for 19 yards, but he carried 8 more times for just 13 yards. 9 carries in all for 32 yards and an average of 3.6, but again skewed by that 19-yard gain, which I think might have been his first or at least second carry once he replaced.
It was very early on, you're right. But, right now, I mean, the Saints are in the lead. Now, what you got to do, you got to come out here right now. I mean, you can't completely change your game plan because Deuce McAllister is not in there. If you feel that the 49ers, that you can run the ball against them, I think you need to come out with Aaron Stecker in the second half and at least do that. You got to at least try and establish that run.
Todd Peterson has been very reluctant to kick the ball away to Michael Lewis, rather pooching the ball downfield, and this time he kicks another sky kick. Lewis comes up, fields it on the run at his 23, up to the 30, to the 35, breaks it near sideline, running down the sideline. He'll be forced out of bounds in Niner territory. They will spot the football, I believe, at the 46-yard line of San Francisco. Tony Parrish, the starting safety, chases him down from behind, a 30-yard return.
Well, this is about 3 or 4 times in the last couple of weekends that Michael Lewis has got the ball beyond midfield. Granted, that was a very short kick. He fielded it past the 20-yard line. But you know what? When your offense gets the ball at the opponent's 46-yard line, you got to take advantage of this kind of stuff.
1st and 10 New Orleans, as Hokie said, at the San Francisco 46. Backs offset. Here's Brooks, dropping, looking, throwing it out of the backfield to Stecker. Stecker knocked out of bounds by the cornerback Jimmy Williams after a short gain in front of the Niner bench. One thing that's been quiet today through the first half, Saint tight ends don't have a single catch. No gain on the play.
I'm going to tell you something. That's kind of something I've seen with Aaron here for the last few years, watching him, everything. He telegraphs that flare route to the back, coming out of the backfield. And, you know, the linebacker, the safety, somebody like that's going to they get too much opportunity to close on that ball.
2nd and 10 from the 46. On the delay, they run it again with Stecker, and he gets a yard to the 45. So the Saints, with excellent field position, Ronnie Hurd on the tackle there, can gain but 1 yard in 2 plays and face a 3rd down here of 9 yards to convert from the 45 of San Francisco. Stallworth is split out wide to the left. Joe Horn and Jerome Pathan wide right. Brooks goes to the shotgun. Looks over the Niner defense. Motions with his right hand to the right, setting up blocking assignments. Calls for the snap of the football. It's a bit high. Brooks brings it down, has time, throws. It's caught by Stallworth near sideline, running room, inside the 30, inside the 25, to the 22-yard line, and that's a 1st down. The cornerback, Jimmy Williams, victimized once more. That's a 23-yard gain.
Just not very good coverage by the part of the 49ers right there. When Dante Stallworth caught that ball, he was a good 3 yards shy of the 1st down, and he ends up picking up about another 10, 12 yards just because the 49ers secondary was nowhere around him for anybody to make a play.
1st and 10 Saints from the San Francisco 22, just underway in the 3rd quarter. Saints on top 20-17. Horn split out wide to the right. Lamont Hall in motion as an H-back. Roll out to his right by Brooks, looking downfield, throwing, and it's broken up and incomplete, knocked down by Ahmed Plummer as Brooks was rolling to the near sideline and looking for Horn along that sideline.
Well, Ahmed Plummer does a great job of doing the old bird dog routine right there. When Aaron Brooks rolled out, he just held his ground and said, all right, I don't know whether this guy's going to run it or whether he's going to throw it. So he held his ground. If he commits too soon and comes up to try and tackle Aaron Brooks, then Aaron has a clear passing lane downfield. If he drops off to the receiver, now Aaron can run it for about 6 or 7 yards. So I'll tell you what, that was just a great piece of defense on the part of Ahmed Plummer.
And sets up 2nd and 10 from the Niner 22. Stecker goes in motion. 5 wide receivers. Brooks from the shotgun. Play will be blown dead. It'll be a pre-snap penalty on the Saints.
Prior to the snap, false start offense, number 85. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
That's Ernie Conwell, guilty of the pre-snap penalty. This crowd, you just feel them sitting back. You mentioned the word stunned by the injury to Deuce McAllister. I don't think they've gotten over it yet.
Nobody has gotten over it. I mean, I don't know that I've gotten over it, but at a certain point in time during the ball game, you have to overcome those kind of things. And you know what? We'll mourn our loss when the ball game is over, meaning the loss of our offensive weapon.
2nd and 15 from the 27. Brooks from the shotgun. Throws over the middle. Catch is made by Horn. He's hit right around the original line of scrimmage. The linebacker Jamie Winborn in on the stop. A 6-yard gain. And it'll bring up 3rd and about 8. The line of scrimmage just inside the 49er 21. Saints have touchdown receptions by Horn and Pathan and a pair of John Carney field goals. Pathan is split out to the left inside Dante Stallworth. Split out wide to the right is Joe Horn. Stecker in the backfield. Brooks up under center. Puts Boo Williams in motion left to right. Niners are blitzing. Brooks steps up in the pocket. Rolls to his right. Stays with the football and slides down at the 20-yard line. Thought about throwing. Tucked it under. Decided to salvage what he could. Gets just a yard, and on comes Carney as the Saints will be forced to settle for the Carney field goal attempt ostensibly.
Well, I'm not going to say that the Saints offense is squandering an opportunity because there's still a chance to get 3 points right here. But, you know, when you get that kind of field position, Jim, you got to try and take advantage of that any way you can. That ought to give momentum to your offense. I mean, to me personally, it didn't really look like that return out there to the 46-yard line really did anything for this offense at all.
Carney's hit from 32 and 36. This will be 37 from the right hash mark. Bauman puts it down, and Carney remains perfect on the season with a 37-yard field goal. splitting the uprights, giving the Saints a 6-point lead. With 11:18 to play, quarter number 3, it's New Orleans 23 and the Niners 17. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Settle for the 37-yard John Carney field goal, his third of the day in 3 attempts. And they have a 23-17 lead over the 49ers. Here's Carney to kick it away. Coming up to field it at his 10. And back to the 15, the 20, the 25. This is Robertson running to their sideline 30. He's across the 35. Forced out of bounds by Fakir Brown. Up around the 46-yard line of the 49ers. Jamal Robertson with a 37-yard return. So the Saints, who had a very easy time defending Ken Dorsey in the first quarter when he was unable to complete a pass, allowed him to get in some rhythm in the second quarter, and at the half, Dorsey finishes 6 out of 13 for 73 yards. He was sacked twice, did not throw a touchdown, nor was he intercepted. And he brings them out 1st and 10 at the San Francisco 46. Kevin Barlow, enjoying a big day behind him, gets the first carry of the second half and has some running room into Saints territory to around the 49-yard line. Jonathan Sullivan, who'll have to play a lot today, the Saint tackler. That's a 4-yard gain. Saints today missing Darren Howard along with Brian Young, 2 of their starting front 4. 2nd and 6. They spot the ball just inside Saints territory at the 49. 2 wide receivers to the right. Dorsey drops, throws short, and it's incomplete. Dropping off in coverage was the middle linebacker Courtney Watson, and the ball was thrown wide of Curtis Conway and incomplete.
That pass kind of looked ugly all the way around. It didn't look like Dorsey really knew where he wanted to throw the ball. Courtney Watson didn't really know whether he was in the right spot or not, and the receiver didn't know that the ball was coming. I mean, everybody seemed confused.
Dorsey 38-2 when he was the quarterback of the national champion Miami Hurricanes. Finished 3rd and 5th in the Heisman balloting in 2001 and 2002. 3rd and 6 from midfield for the Niners. Here's Dorsey dropping, stepping up, throwing, and it's a low throw that looks to be incomplete. Now the official, the umpire, jumps in there and says it's a catch. That might be a first down. It looked like it was incomplete, but the umpire, with a close view of it, took a while, but concluded that Curtis Conway had made the reception for 6 yards. Dorsey was kind of hit from behind by Will Smith as he delivered the ball, and it fluttered downfield, but a reception to the 44. Running it with Barlow, and this time Barlow is chased down at the line of scrimmage by Jay Bellamy, playing up there in the box and bringing down Kevin Barlow after a 1-yard gain. Jay Bellamy currently has the longest starting streak for a safety in the NFL, a guy that's often overlooked. And the 49ers have an injury along their offensive line. It's left tackle Kwame Harris, a former first-round draft choice of theirs, out of Stanford.
Kind of a late injury right there. I mean, a little bit of a pile out there on the field, and, nobody really started calling for the trainers or anything, so I don't know. Late injury is the only way I can describe it.
We'll take the break. 23-17. Saints, 9:34 to play, quarter number 3. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Announcing the grand finale at your Lincoln Mercury dealer. Your last chance to get incredible model year-end savings on every 2004 Lincoln and Mercury car, SUV, and minivan, including low financing, big cash back, or attractive lease rates on top of your dealer's best model year-end price on the legendary Lincoln Town Car with the government's highest 5-star front crash test rating, and the spacious Mercury Grand Marquis with its award-winning quality. Or if you're looking for a great SUV, choose between the luxurious full-size Lincoln Navigator with available power deployable running boards, power liftgate, and power folding third row seats, or the mid-size Lincoln Aviator with its 302 horsepower V8 and agile sport tune suspension. All available at the grand finale, where you'll find low financing, big cash back, or attractive lease rates on top of your dealer's best model year-end price on every 2004 Lincoln and Mercury in stock. But you better hurry before time runs out on the grand finale. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer today. Here's your your chance to unlock your home's potential. It's the 16th edition of the Pontchartrain Home and Garden Show, September 24th through the 26th. Hundreds of new exhibits to remodel, renovate, and decorate your entire home. The Christmas market, filled with wonderful holiday gifts. The great chefs of New Orleans, plus Otto the Otter for the kids, and a chance to win a new $200,000 home. All at the Pontchartrain Home and Garden Show, September 24th through the 26th at the Pontchartrain Center on Williams Boulevard in Kenner. Presented by Bryan Chevrolet.
Rush is Right. Rush Limbaugh, weekdays 11 to 2 on the Big 870 WWL.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is donating $3 for rushing yards to Deuce McAllister's Catch-22 Foundation for underprivileged kids.
Kyle Kozier moves from right guard to left tackle, and Justin Smiley, a rookie second-round draft choice out of Alabama, checks in at right guard on 2nd and 8. Dorsey play action. Steps up, throws short again, dumps it off to Barlow, and James Allen is there to wrestle him down around the 37-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down after a gain of 5. Barlow on the earlier carry, who's 15th of the game, breaks the century mark. He's got 101 unofficially and a pair of touchdowns of 10 and 1 yards. Those came in the second quarter. And so Dorsey looks at 3rd and 3 here from the Saint 37-yard line. Arnaz Battle split out wide to the right. 2 receivers to the near side of the field. Jackson in the backfield along with Dorsey. Saints coming off the corner. Dorsey throws short. Catch is made. Hit immediately with a flag down. Back in the backfield at the 35-yard line is the 49er receiver, short of the first down. But it's going to go against the Saints for rushing and hitting Ken Dorsey in the head. That looked to be Freddie Thomas.
It was Fred Thomas. I tell you what, Joe, I really have a problem with this rule. I mean, this is the game of football. You know what I mean? If it's a cheap shot to the head, something like that, I mean, here comes a guy, he's blitzing, he's putting his hands up in the air to try and block the ball, and his hands come down on the quarterback. In that case, it was a face mask to face mask thing. I mean, I just think that that's ridiculous. But let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick.
And one of those things, Hokie, where Jim Haslam, he's not even saying anything to the referee. He just smiled and shook his head. I mean, that's as ticky-tack as you can get.
1st and 10 for the Niners at the 19-yard line of the Saints. Saints leading 23-17, 8:23 to play, 3rd quarter. Dorsey play action, going to throw a weak pass into the end zone, and it's going to be juggled and incomplete. Ashley Ambrose had the position on Curtis Conway, who clearly pushed him in the back for an opportunity to make a catch on that ball, and no flag was thrown.
All right, I'm going back to the previous play, and I mean, I'm going to get off my soapbox after saying this, but again, like, you got to let these guys be able to get out there and play. I mean, something is chicken crap as that was right there shouldn't be called a penalty. I mean, that's just, that's a guy going after the quarterback. Look, if he hits him late or something like that, I can understand that. But I mean, gosh almighty, the man put his hands up in the air, and the official's going to say, contact with the helmet. I'm sorry, 15-yard penalty. It's got to be thrown out.
2nd and 10 from the 19-yard line. Handoff Barlow. This will be blown dead prior to the inception of the play. So probably will go against the 49ers for a free snap penalty.
Full start offense number 82. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
That was the tight end Eric Johnson, who's been held in check today. I know exactly what you mean, primarily because Thomas didn't lead with the crown of his helmet. It was not a blow. Mask. It was a face mask to face mask because he jumped up in the air. Dorsey's about 8 inches taller than he is anyway. So to try to prevent that pass from being thrown, he jumped up in the air, and they just happened to hit their face mask together.
I mean, for Christ's sake, the offensive and defensive linemen are hitting face mask every play, every time the ball snaps. They'll call a penalty on them.
2nd and 15 from the 24 of the Saints. Dorsey giving it off to Barlow on the delay, and Barlow tackled from behind by Will Smith inside the 20-yard line. Derek Rogers in there as well. So too was to Bucky Jones as the Saints recognize the delay and limit Barlow to a 6-yard gain as the hole closed quickly. Well, next week we will be in St. Louis to meet a Rams team that fell behind the Falcons 14-0. But have now closed within 17-14 in the 3rd quarter. 3rd and 9 from the Saint 18. Saints have not been able to author a turnover defensively in this game. Play action. Dorsey rolls right, dumps it off to his tight end Johnson. Johnson pushed out of bounds
close to the first down, right around the 10-yard line. Eric Johnson had 8 catches last week against the Falcons, but didn't have any in the first half today. That's an 8-yard gain, and it'll bring up 4th down. 49ers are not going to go for it.
I think this is a smart thing that Dennis Harrison is doing with Dorsey. I mean, here in the second half, they come out, you know what? I'm throwing it to the backs. I'm throwing to the short routes. I'm not trying to take the ball downfield, anything like that, yet not letting the young quarterback take punishment in the pocket, not get hit, fumbles, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I think that's a smart move on their part.
28-yard field goal attempt by Todd Peterson, right hash mark, and another flag. And a whistle, at least, prior to the play being run.
5-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
So instead of 28, it will be 33 yards on the attempt by Todd Peterson, who was 2 out of 2 last week against the Falcons with his longest 32. So this will be a 33-yard attempt now from the right hash mark. The well-traveled Todd Peterson, 11-year veteran out of Georgia, who's kicked for Pittsburgh, Seattle, Kansas City, and Arizona. Snap is back, placement is down, kick is up, on its way, and it is good. And so Todd Peterson connects from 33 yards, and the Saints' lead is narrowed to 3. It's 23-20 with 6:27 to play. Quarter number 3. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Catch today's hot news, then give your views. David Tyree, weekdays 2 to 5 on the Big 870 WWL.
Listen to the point after on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network after the locker room show with Sportscaster of the Year, Buddy D, brought to you by Dini Seafood, a taste of Bucktown in the French Quarter. Well, the Niners go 39 yards in 10 plays in 4 minutes and 51 seconds, settle for a 33-yard Todd Peterson field goal. The drive helped along on a roughing the passer penalty that was very questionable against Fred Thomas. And the 49ers without Cedric Wilson, probably their best wide receiver. And with Ken Dorsey taking some massive hits in the first half, as Hokie mentioned, have just decided to dink and dunk the ball downfield and not put their quarterback at risk any longer. And hasn't gotten them a touchdown early, but it has gotten them a field goal. This ball is bounced on the kickoff inside the 10 to Michael Lewis, who runs to the near sideline beyond the 20 and spins his way up to around the 23-yard line.
Well, the 49ers doing a lot of different things on their kickoff. They started off, they pooched a couple of Lamont Hall, and then they pooched them down deep to Michael Lewis. Now they're hitting the knuckleball. Just anything to do to try and slow him down on return.
17-yard return, 6:20 remaining third quarter. Saints 23 and the 49ers 20. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hey, y'all, Hokie Gajan here for Alltel. With a wife, 4 daughters, a son-in-law, and a granddaughter, we're always moving in a lot of different directions, that is. With all their idle chatter, I choose to use Access Text Messaging from Alltel. That lets you send and receive messages from your wireless Alltel phone. I know when they call, they'll be asking for something, so I just tell them to put it in writing. Access Text Messaging from Alltel, official wireless provider to the Saints.
Watch out, propane! Electricity, what are those? Cookbooks! Since I can't cook in this kitchen, I'm gonna pick out the meals.
Great. Instant heat, precise temperature control. It's how propane helps you make your meals their best. Propane. Exceptional energy. Visit usepropane.com.
This message is brought to you by the Louisiana Liquefied Petroleum Gas Commission and the propane dealers of our state. For more information, log on to louisianapropane.com.
You're listening to the sound of the all-new Dodge Magnum. You see, with a 340 horsepower Hemi engine, not to mention 5-link independent suspension, you can expect quite a performance from Magnum. Woo-hoo! And when you open the unique L-shaped forward hinging liftgate, you can stand in awe at everything you were able to fit into the spacious cargo area. Oh, right. Dodge Magnum, the performance you want, the versatility you need. So open it up from either end. Grab life by the horns. Dodge.
Louisiana Sportscaster of the Year is Buddy D, weekdays at 5 on WWL.
It's the New Orleans Saints tradition. Turn down the sound on your TV. Turn up the Saints Radio Network next Sunday at noon when the Saints take on the Rams. Turn up the Saints Radio Network. Rams have climbed back into it against the Falcons.
Yeah, right now the game is tied up at 17 apiece, so that game's kind of going back and forth. And right now, Mark Bulger, at least the last stat we got, he's 22 of 27 for 269 yards and 1 touchdown.
First and 10, Saints from the New Orleans 24, 6:20 remaining. Third quarter, Saints up 23-20. Horn in motion. Brooks going to throw on the slant behind Dante Stallworth at the 32-yard line and incomplete, as again they work on cornerback Jimmy Williams.
And some of those other games going on right now, Jim. Detroit leads Houston 21-10. All these are third quarter scores. Let's see, the Giants over Washington 20-7. Jacksonville leads Denver 7-6. Tennessee over Indianapolis 17-10. And Baltimore leads Pittsburgh 20-0.
Second and 10 from the 24. Run it with Stecker, and he's going to be dragged down blatantly by the face mask, as he was absolutely going nowhere, dragged very blatantly to the turf by the face mask. This should be the big one, you would think.
Personal foul, 15-yard face mask on the defense, number 91. That'll be enforced from the end of the run, 15 yards, first down.
That's on Anthony Adams, second-year man out of Penn State, who really had a big game last week against the Falcons.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubt about that. That was the blatant one, because Aaron Stecker looked like a drill bit going into the ground.
He had lost 2 on the carry, but a 15-yard penalty will set the football at the New Orleans 37-yard line, where it will be first and 10. Aaron Stecker playing in there for Deuce McAllister, who was injured with about 10 minutes to play in the first quarter, a high sprained ankle. Stecker being thrown to in the flat, hit immediately by Peterson. There'll be a loss on the play of about 4. They have taken the ball from him, but they're going to rule him down by contact as the ball is taken in the end zone by Jimmy Williams. And there's that play that you were saying you hate so much, that little flare pass out into the flat that Aaron Brooks tends to telegraph so much. That's a loss of 3.
Well, he telegraphs it, and he's just a little bit casual about making that throw out there. You know what I mean? A lot of other quarterbacks, they look down the field, they look and look and look, and then, you know, okay, 1, 2, 3, all those guys are covered. Now let me dump it off my back. In the situation with the Saints offense, it's like, okay, I got nowhere else to go. Let me throw it out here, and everybody collapses on it.
Second and 13 from the 34. Brooks pulls it down. He's in trouble all the way back at his 21, rolling to his left, throwing on the run, and it's going to be incomplete. Intended for Joe Horn. The safety, Ronnie Hurd, came flying up for the football. There's a flag down in the vicinity of where Brooks threw the ball at the 30. Personal foul will go against the 49ers.
Roughing the passer, number 98. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Hit for tat, perhaps?
Well, I didn't really see the hit because I was watching the throw downfield. I'm curious to see it right here on the replay, whenever they see it. But, I mean, in the situation right here, I did see Aaron Brooks laying on his back. Oh, yeah, I mean, he had already thrown the ball, and then Julian Peterson came up and hit him, clocked him pretty good, to be honest with you.
Yep, that was far more evident than the call on Freddie Thomas. When the Saints were last on defense, the 49ers have been penalized 8 times for 110 yards. Dennis Erickson on the 49er sideline, upset by the call that gives the Saints a first down at the New Orleans 49. 5 minutes to play, third quarter. Saints up 23-20. Play action. Brooks with some time, steps up, loses the time down, will run with the ball to the far sideline and scampering out of bounds in front of the 49er bench for some positive yardage. They'll mark the football around the 46 of the 49ers, a gain of 5.
Well, you know, Jim, I think, talking about these 2 roughing the passer penalties, I don't think it's that we're trying to take up for the Saints. I mean, I think we just look at it and go, you know what, that's a BS call. And you look at another one and say, hey, that's legitimate. I think that call needs to be made. And I think in the situation against Fred Thomas, that what he did to Ken Dorsey didn't warrant a 15-yard penalty. And there goes the fumble.
With the Saints fall on with Aaron Brooks back at the 49-yard line. Yeah, there was a fumble on the exchange, and Brooks fell on it at the 49. Falling on him was the linebacker, Jeff Ulbrich. And Kendall Jaycox took exception of that, got into it with Ulbrich. But they're separated without problem. Kansas City is taking a 17-14 lead over Carolina now in the third quarter. 3rd and 8. for the Saints from the 49er 49. Pathan in motion left to right. Brooks from the shotgun calls for the ball. Steps up, dumps it off to Aaron Stecker. Stecker hit by 4 Niners inside the 45 to the 44-yard line, and they'll be well short of the first down. That's a 5-yard gain. You know, earlier we saw that Horn was wide open on the play that Aaron ran to the sideline on. The Saints have had success throwing downfield, but they haven't thrown downfield to speak of in the second half.
They really haven't. And you know what? The Saints claim to be a vertical passing team, but really, thus far, throughout the preseason and 2 regular season games, they're just not really challenging people downfield yet.
Here's Berger hanging it high. Arnaz Battle calls for and makes the fair catch around the 12-yard line of the Niners. A 31-yard punt without a return. 3:10 remaining. Quarter number 3. Saints 23 and the Niners 20. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Follow the Saints to St. Louis, San Diego, Atlanta, Dallas, or Tampa Bay with the official travel company of the Saints, DMI. Call 877-8-SAINTS, 877-8-SAINTS.
Well, Aaron Stecker has been a frequent target for Aaron Brooks. 5 receptions, a career high. For Ken Dorsey, he's been looking in the direction of number 89, Curtis Conway. Out of his 19 pass attempts, 10 have gone to Conway, 5 catches. Here's a run on first down, and not for much, possibly for none, as Jay Bellamy is up there quickly, along with Charles Grant, to stop the San Francisco ball carrier at the line of scrimmage, and that's Kevin Barlow, who's going to limp to the sideline again. He appears to be shaken up. No gain on the play.
Well, speaking of shaking up, we learned earlier that it was something that we kind of suggested, that Steve Gleason has a concussion. He will not return in this ball game, so the Saints are without one of their best special teams players.
2nd and 10 from the 12-yard line of the Niners. Here's Dorsey, play action. Has time, delivers downfield, and that's to Conway again for a first down up to the 27-yard line. Bellamy on the tackle, 15-yard reception, and that's probably the best pass Dorsey's thrown all day. He threw it with authority and decision, and a completion for a first down as the Saints had the Niners back at their 12 after the punt and have allowed them to move the ball upfield. They just can't seem to put these guys away.
I'm just a little bit confused as to why they had Dorsey so shaken early in the ball game, because they were getting good pressure on him coming with blitzes, and now they're just dropping off in a soft zone.
1st and 10 from the 27. Dorsey handing it off to Jackson, and the Saints meet him at the line of scrimmage. Again, it's Bellamy with some help from the defensive tackle, Tony Bryant. A gain of 3.
Jim, you're so right. I mean, there's no reason to let this team keep hanging around. And like I said, I mean, the 49ers are not a very good football team, and I know they can come out here and play inspired football on any given Sunday, but what I've seen of them today, they're not playing very good football.
No, and neither are the Saints at the moment. 2nd and 7 from the 30. Here's Dorsey, play action. Has time, dumps it off again to no one in particular. Jackson was around the football as Dorsey went down. Jay Bellamy that time was coming on the blitz, and it seems like every time they've come after Dorsey, they rattle it.
And that's what you got to do right now. You hit the nail on the head just a minute ago, and I said, the 49ers are not playing very inspired football, and you said neither are Saints. Well, why do you have to play down to the level of competition? How come you can't rise above that?
The Saints have not been able to force a turnover in this game, and it's 3rd and 7 here for the Niners from the San Francisco 30 as this crowd comes back to life. Dorsey with 3 wide receivers to the right. Throws over the middle, completion to the tight end who drops it. That may be a fumble and a recovery. It looks like it is. The Saints have covered up the football, and it will be New Orleans football with Devin Harper on the recovery. He passed over the middle, did Dorsey, to his tight end Eric Johnson, and Johnson had the ball jarred from his grasp. Dennis Erickson is saying this should be down by contact.
Well, ground can't cause a fumble, and from the original play, it looked like once he hit the ground, that's when the ball came out. You could see, no, it did. It came out beforehand. So Dennis Erickson had that red flag in his hand, waiting to throw it, but everything happened so quick, it almost looked like the ball came out once the tight end hit the ground.
Jay Bellamy it was who delivered the blow that separated the tight end Eric Johnson from the football at the 41-yard line of the Niners. And the Saints dropped the ball on the exchange. Good grief. Although it looks like they have covered it up, this is 2 times in 2 series that the Saints haven't been able to execute an exchange between the center and Aaron Brooks. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, this is WWL New Orleans, an Entercom communication station, AM 870, the news, talk, and sports leader.
And so it'll bring up 2nd and 11 after the loss of 1 at the 42-yard line of the Niners. Play action, Brooks. Lots of time, rolls right, hit from behind, sack. Back at the 48-yard line. Brooks is going to be sacked for the 2nd time today. This by Otis Leverett. And that will be a loss of 5 on the sack. And Brooks had the time, just couldn't seem to find anybody downfield.
Oh, it's gotten to the point right now where it's just a comedy of errors. I mean, who's going to booger this thing up bad enough to go ahead and lose it for themselves? Because neither team is taking the bull by the horns. Nobody's, got their throat down on the ground. Look, we're going to take over the whole thing right now. 49ers come out with a fumble. What do the Saints do? Get up there, center quarterback, exchange, and problem. Aaron Brooks falls on the ball, then a sack. It's just, it's an ugly football game right now.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter.
Thank God.
We go to the final 15 minutes and perhaps more as the Saints lead the 49ers 23-20. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Who can deliver your chance to win free tickets and VIP passes to Saints home games? The Abita Man can. Abita Springs Water is the official bottled water of the New Orleans Saints. Visit AbitaSprings.com, where you can sign up for a chance to win tickets and VIP passes every week. And if that's not enough, the Abita Man has an unbeatable new customer special for all Saints fans. So after you register for tickets, don't forget to sign up for home or office delivery of naturally good Abita Springs water. Abita Man can. Naturally good Abita Springs water. Introducing the all-new Dodge Durango with all-new power, all-new room, and all-new ride. And Durango received 5-star, the highest government photo crash test rating. Plus, get Dodge's 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. 1 part power, 1 part comfort. 1 all-new Durango, starting under $26,600. See it at your local Dodge dealer today. $26,565 MSRP excludes tax. See dealer for a copy of this limited warranty. Transferable to a second owner with fee. Deductible applies.
Everyone, huddle up. We have sweated and practiced for this game. Are you in? This game has a chance to win up to $10,000. Are you in? Then get out there and get this game.
Play Are You In, the new $2 stretch off from the Louisiana Lottery. Win up to $10,000. Stop and ask for Are You In today. Win up to $10,000. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Coach, the football game starts in 10 minutes. The team is gone. Suit up, Johnson. Are you in? Yes, sir.
Home of the Saints and LSU, WWL, the news, talk, and sports leader.
Aaron Brooks on the day, 19 out of 26 for 226 yards. Has been sacked twice, thrown 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Saints have run the ball 19 times for 37 yards. Kevin Barlow, the mainstay of the 49er rushing attack, having his ribs taped up. He left the game on the previous San Francisco series. First play of the 4th quarter, 3rd and 16 for the Saints at the Niner 47-yard line. Brooks out of the shotgun. Calls for the football. Has time again, can't find anybody. Rolls to his left, people bearing down on him. Throws it to the sideline, right at the line of scrimmage. Lost yardage. And the catch is made for minus yardage by Dante Stallworth. As the Bluebirds come off the roost again for a loss of 2 as the Saints had the ball 1st and 10 at the San Francisco 41 after the first turnover by the Niners in this game. Jay Bellamy recovering the fumble, and they end up losing 8 yards.
On the 3rd and 16, you lose yardage. Now that's, I don't know, I've never heard of that.
Arnaz Battle calls for the fair catch of the punt by Berger, makes it at the 10-yard line. A 39-yard punt by Berger. A flag is down back at the San Francisco 45-yard line.
Tripping
receiving team. During the kick, that penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick, half the distance. Well, that will help the Saints, although they've been unable to help themselves primarily when they have backed the 49ers up. We'll see what they can do here when we return with 14:46 to play in the fourth quarter and the Saints leading 23-20. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Are you tired of paying high prices for parts that don't last? Then come to O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, we're not name droppers, but brands like Motorcraft, AC Delco, Fram, Wix, Velcro, Gates, and Whitener are just a few of the hundreds of brands we stock every day. All at lower prices, which means you can buy top quality parts instead of no-name brands that may not last. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts and better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
You're on Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
Yeah, this is Jamal. So what's trail rated mean anyway?
Well, Jamal, Jeep vehicles are the original 4x4s. They've been kicking butt for over 60 years.
I know, but...
No buts, baby. See, Jeep 4x4s have to pass the toughest tests out there before they can get a trail rated badge.
Okay.
That way, you know they passed, and you can feel confident and secure no matter where you go, Jamal.
So if it's not trail rated...
It's not a Jeep 4x4. Next call.
Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
There are banks with just free checking, and then there are banks with completely free checking, free gifts, and free bill pay. Sound good? Then head for Hibernia. With our completely free checking, there's no monthly minimum balance or hidden fees, plus convenient free online bill pay, and a free gift with your account. Tell a friend, get another gift. Just call 888-755-BANK. Go to Hibernia.com and enter the keyword free, or visit a local branch. Head for Hibernia. Hibernia National Bank, member FDIC. Customer purchases checks, $50 opening deposit. Certain restrictions may apply to small business bill pay users. Limit one gift per new account or validated tell a friend coupon.
Home of the Nick Saban Show and LSU football, the Big 870 WWL.
Gotta wonder what happened to the downfield passing game of the Saints that they showed so effectively early. Today, Aaron Brooks is 1 completion for 1 yard, 1 completion for no yards, and 3 completions for negative yards.
I mean, that's 5 completions right there for minus yardage.
Well, the Niners are backed up to their 5-yard line. The Saints, who forced a turnover in their last defensive stand, would love to get another one here. First down from the 6-yard line officially. Here's Dorsey throwing out to the near sideline. Catch is made by Conway up at the 14-yard line in front of Ashley Ambrose. As Dorsey took a hit from behind, the Saints were coming off the corner, but he delivered the football for a 9-yard gain.
You just can't give a receiver that much cushion when you play, and that's the problem with Ashley Ambrose, and I've been saying this all along. I mean, he's still a serviceable player out there, but he can't get up tight on people, because if he gets beat from the get-go, he's got to have that cushion that he can play in the deep zones.
2nd and 1 from the 15. Running it is Barlow, who's checked back into the game. Bellamy trips him up. He falls forward just beyond the 20-yard line. A gain of 5. Well, you got Ashley Ambrose, a 13-year veteran, covering, to put it loosely, and covering loosely, 12-year veteran Curtis Conway out of USC.
Well, then their speed deficiencies should negate one another, and you know what? Just go ahead and get up there and play bump and run on him.
1st and 10 at the 20-yard line of the Niners. Saints clinging to a 3-point lead. Handoff Barlow. Saints close quickly with Tabucky Jones, limiting him to a short gain, yard, maybe 2. We'll give him a couple of yards on the carry. Barlow, as we mentioned, playing with bruised ribs. He came out of the game briefly in the first half and then left in the third quarter once more, and we saw him getting his ribs taped up. He has gone over the 100-yard mark on the day and boasts a pair of touchdowns on the ground. 2nd and 8 for the Niners from the San Francisco 22. Just over 13 minutes remaining in a 3-point game. Saints on top. Dorsey up under center. Rolls to his right. Throws over the middle. Catch is made by his tight end Johnson. Johnson running free from James Allen. And he's beyond the 45 up to the 47-yard line. A 25-yard gain. Had him backed up to the 5-yard line. And now the 49ers have worked the ball out to their 47. You got a quarterback playing with a right stinger in his shoulder, making his first career start against a team missing their best wide receiver in Cedric Wilson. First and 10 from the 49er 47. Wideouts left and right. One back behind Dorsey, and that will be Robertson getting the call, barging into Saints territory to around the 47-yard line, running behind the big right tackle, Scott Gregg, for 6 yards.
Oh, Jim, all the other games in progress right now. These are fourth quarter scores. Detroit over Houston 21-16. Atlanta leads St. Louis 31-17. Chicago is over Green Bay 21-10. And the New York Giants lead the Washington Redskins 20-7. And we're going to a spot right now, so I'll pick up those scores when we get back.
Curtis Conway injured on the play. 23-20 our score. Saints over the Niners. 12:03 to play fourth quarter. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
The WWL 870 AM Business Expo will define the direction of your business for 2004 and beyond. It's a selling environment with a receptive audience of business owners and managers who come seeking the latest business products, services, and trends. If you'd like to exhibit your business or attend the business breakfast on Thursday, October 14th at the Hyatt Regency Grand Ballroom, call 593-1840. Space is limited, so call 593-1840 today for the WWL 870 AM Business Expo.
Get $8,000 off the MSRP on a new Toyota Tundra today at Bone Brothers Toyota. Hey, it's Corey Johnson. You heard right. $8,000 off Toyota's hottest selling truck. And to give you an even better deal, Bone Brothers Toyota is teaming up with the Big 870. If the Saints win a game, you'll get an additional $600 off your best deal. Just go to WWL.com, click on the Bone Brothers logo, and print your own coupon. Hurry to Bone Brothers Toyota today in the Bone Zone on Lapalco.
Offer good through the next game.
Do you know why so many people are buying their auto insurance from U.S. agencies? It's simple. U.S. agencies provides low-cost auto insurance. When you buy insurance from U.S. agencies, you're buying direct from the company. That saves you money. U.S. Agency specializes in auto insurance. In fact, it is the only insurance they sell. U.S. Agencies has the lowest down payment and the lowest monthly payments. Call U.S. Agencies for your free quote, 297-5700. Start saving money today.
Bob Del Giorno, weekday mornings 5 to 9 on the Big 870 WWL.
Curtis Conway forced to the sideline, at least momentarily. 7 catches for 88 yards today. And the Saints' big problem defensively, as it was last week against the Seattle Seahawks, shutting down their opponent on first down. The Niners have run 21 plays for 155 yards on first down, an average of 7.4, and that makes your play calling considerably easier, as it does for Dorsey here on 2nd and 4 from the Saint 47. Play action, a lot of time, throws to the sideline, and it's thrown badly, incomplete, intended for the tight end Eric Johnson. Freddie Thomas coming over on the coverage.
Jim, all those other scores going on right now. Jacksonville leads Denver 7-6. Tennessee over Indianapolis, Tennessee and Indianapolis are tied at 17 apiece. Baltimore over Pittsburgh 20-7, and Carolina leads Kansas City 21-17. In that game, Jake Delhomme has 3 touchdown passes.
The Colts, with a brutal early season schedule, will next play the Packers. 3rd and 4 from the 47-yard line of the Saints. 2 wideouts to the right, half roll out in that direction by Dorsey. Continues to roll, floats it downfield and off the playing field, incomplete. Nearly caught by Boo Williams, sitting on the Saints bench. First time Boo's had his hands on the ball today.
This broadcast is presented by the authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the New Orleans Saints and the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
So the Saints force a 4th and 4 and a punt by Andy Lee. Michael Lewis has 2 punt returns today for 34 yards, 3 kickoff returns for 64, a total of 5 returns for 98. Lee to punt it away. It's a dandy. And a flag being thrown, and it goes into the end zone for the touchback. It looks like the Saints ran into the kicker, and that would be a first down if it's running into the kicker. It was 4th and 4.
Running into the kicker, 5-yard penalty. The 5 yards will result in a first down. Number 88, defense.
Tallman Gardner running into the punter on 4th and 4 when they had finally stopped the 49ers. And the 5-yard penalty gives the Niners a first down. The Saints have been penalized 6 times for 66 yards.
I mean, I can't really blame Talman Gardner right there because the Saints were getting a lot of pressure on the punter, and he just kind of got in there and got caught up in the wash. There were a lot of bodies falling around, people clanging into one another, and the official just saw it a different way, and probably the right call.
So the defense back on the field, looking at 1st and 10 from their 42. Barlow falls down at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Covered up by the defensive tackle, Howard Green.
You know, and I guess going back to that thing, Jim, I mean, a lot of times when you sit down and you evaluate the game tape and everything else, you know, you look at it as a coaching staff and say, you know what, I can accept this penalty right here. I mean, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything blatant. In that particular situation, Talman Gardner didn't do anything wrong.
You're right. He was really pushed into the punter by a couple of his teammates. They're all going after the ball. 2nd and officially 11 from the 43. Here's Dorsey stepping up, dumping off to Robertson. Robertson stiff arms the tackle there and will be close to the first down on the near sideline around the Saint 31-yard line. Let's see where they'll spot the football.
I believe he's got it, Jim. I think that second effort he put there on the end of the run was just enough to get beyond the sticks.
Dorsey's not doing anything spectacular.
Well, neither of the 49ers passing game. Nope. I mean, you know, what they're doing, they're dropping the ball off to their running backs and their tight end. That's all they're doing.
Yep.
And then when the Saints defensive backs are back way off of Conway, they're running just a little 8-yard, 10-yard curl route down there, a hook route, something like that, and just playing pitch and catch. So it ain't nothing fancy. You just got to get up there and play tighter coverage.
They'll bring the sticks in from across the field and measure here. Only bring up 3rd and short anyway if they are short of the first down. And as they stretch out the chains, they find that the Niners are not short of the first down. It is a first down for San Francisco with 10:41 to play in the 4th quarter. Saints clinging to a 23-20 lead. The Saints came into this game a 7.5-point favorite. And the offense has gone pretty much dormant here in the second half, and the defense, even after forcing a turnover, is quickly back on the field once more as the 49ers dinked and dunked the ball downfield against them. 1st and 10 at the Saint 32. Conway back in there at wide receiver on the right side, handed off to Robertson, and he squirts behind the block of his fullback Beasley down to around the 26-yard line. That's gain of 6, and this is just what the 49ers have been doing, averaging about 6-7 yards per play on first down and setting up a very makeable situation on a 2nd and 3rd down and keeping the chains moving, the clock running, and the Saints defense on the field.
Well, the thing that's most disturbing to me right now is here in the second half, the Saints offense has really shown no signs of life. And, you know, even if the 49ers get a field goal or a touchdown out of this, what has the Saints offense done to make me think they can come back and play here in the latter part of this game?
Here's Robertson again running hard inside the 20-yard line to the 19. Bellamy on the tackle, a 6-yard gain and a first down, and they're running it right up the gut against the Saints and keeping the sticks moving and getting themselves in very makeable field goal range now, if not touchdown range.
And what they're doing, they're chewing up time on the clock and just moving the ball down the field, keep moving the chains, picking up first downs, and the Saints aren't really doing anything, making any kind of adjustments to stop it.
1st and 10 from the New Orleans 20-yard line. Walker in motion as the H-back. Movement along the offensive line as Grant reaches across and touches his opposite number, Scott Gregg, the right tackle.
There was encroachment, 94 defense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
And that was just Grant trying to beat the snap. There was no movement by Gregg. And it'll be a 5-yard mark-off against the Saints defense, and the line of scrimmage is now the Saint 15.
Well, all they did, they just had their H-back in motion, and he went one way and then turned around and came back the other way, and Charles Grant just got a little bit too anxious, came across the line of scrimmage and actually touched Scott Gregg. So, therefore, the officials, you throw the flag.
1st and 5 from the Saint 15. Ace formation. Running back is Robertson. Robertson slips 3 tackles at the line of scrimmage. He's inside the 10, down to around the 7. It'll be 1st and goal, San Francisco.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick with an Abita Springs Water Saint Sideline report.
And one thing that's becoming pretty obvious as we're midway in this 4th quarter is that they are winning at the line of scrimmage. It seems like on almost every single running play for San Francisco, they are getting the push at the line. They are pushing the Saints defensive line back. And it seems like after every play, the coaches, and I'm talking about John Pease, Venturi, Boss, everybody, they all just kind of look at each other with their eyes big and kind of shaking their head.
1st and goal from the Niners at the Saints 7-yard line. Robertson. And this time the Saints stiffen against the run with Charles Grant burying him for a loss back around the 9-yard line. A loss of 2 on the carry by Jamal Robertson. The Niners have rushed for 158 yards now in this game.
Speaking of rushing, Atlanta right now leads St. Louis 34-17. And in that game, Michael Vick has 10 carries for 112 yards. Not a bad average. Also, a big rushing day. Deshaun Foster for Carolina, 25 carries for 163 yards and 1 touchdown.
2nd and goal from the St. 9. Dorsey fades, 3-step drop, dumps it off to his tight end Johnson. Johnson inside the 1-yard line, barely deprived of a touchdown as he was diving for the pylon in the right corner, pushed out of bounds by Derek Rogers after an 8-yard gain.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was good hustle on the part of Derek Rogers because he came from in the middle of the field to make that play to get the tight end out of bounds. I mean, that just...
Number 69, report number...
Derek could have given up on that play and let the tight end score, but, I mean, that's one guy right now in this ball game that's still hustling pretty good.
3rd and goal from inside the 1. Niners trying to take the lead with a touchdown. Backs in an eye. Robertson gets it, dives for the end zone, and he's in. Jamal Robertson, barely going airborne over right guard, puts it in the end zone as the Niners take the lead, and the Saints fans let their heroes know what they think of their efforts here in the second half.
Well, this is the big question right now after this PAT. If this puts the 49ers on top in this ball game for, if I'm not mistaken, the very first time all game, can the Saints offense come out here and get anything going? Can they create anything? Because up to this point, they've been as dormant as they can be, and I don't really have a whole lot of confidence in the Saints offense right now that lets me know that this could be the spark that they need to come down and do something.
Niners did lead first in this game, 3-0, and the extra point bangs off the right upright, bangs off the left upright, and goes through. And that would have been a very big miss because it would have had the Saints trailing by 3 instead of the 4 that they trail by now. 7:07 to play, 4th quarter, 49ers 27 and Saints 23. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
It was my family reunion. As generations of family crossed into my humble abode, my air conditioner felt it was time to leave. As the cool air idled to a halt, the heat eagerly coursed through the house. Then we heard the chime of the doorbell. The house breathed a sigh of relief as the Bryant dealer entered. The day was saved. My name is Amy Miller, and this is my story of Bryant doing whatever it takes.
Harry's Air Conditioning, 337-332-4741, your Bryant factory authorized dealer.
Get the good stuff. Hey folks, Hokie Gajan here for Napa Auto Parts. Things are really happening in Napa, and we're opening new stores in the New Orleans, Mississippi coast, and Mobile areas. Napa has great everyday low prices too, like the Napa Power 65-month battery, only $39.99 every day with exchange. And right now at Napa, DuPont Tire Shine and DuPont Wheel Cleaner are free after mail-in rebate. So hurry into Napa today and save.
Napa, get the good stuff.
Champions accomplish extraordinary things. Tenant Choice's champions accomplish extraordinary things after turning 65. They achieve excellence through their experience. Do you know a New Orleans area resident who's accomplished something extraordinary after reaching 65? Nominate that person to be a Tenant Choice's champion. All qualified nominees will get a Tenant Choice's champion certificate from the New Orleans Saints, and 10 people will be honored as grand champions at a Saints home game. Find out more on the Saints website or at tenantchoices.com.
Catch traffic and weather on the 8s, weekday mornings 5 to 9 on the Big 870 WWL.
Saints have had the Niners backed up to the San Francisco 6-yard line. They go 94 yards in 15 plays, 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Jamal Robertson going over from a yard out. The extra point was a double doink. He doinked the right upright, he doinked the left upright, and it fell through. Line drive kickoff, fielded on 2 hops by Lewis at his 12. Back to the 15, 20, 25, runs out of running room as he crosses the 30-yard line, and a late flag is thrown as well. An 18-yard return.
Might as well throw a holding penalty in there, back the Saints up a little bit further.
During the return, holding, receiving team number 92. 10-yard penalty, first down, New Orleans.
That's Tony Bryant as it gets tougher for the Saints with 7:01 to play. 49ers 27 and the Saints 23. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Highly recommend jointitis for anybody that has any kind of pains from arthritis or any kind of aches.
And I used that jointitis, and it was like a miracle. You're going to pay a little bit more for jointitis, but it's worth every penny that you pay for it.
Jointitis gave me far better pain relief than what I had ever had before.
Jointitis, with a medicine doctors trust, plus triple skin conditioners, lanolin, glucosamine, and chondroitin. Use as directed when your minor arthritis pain flares up. Your results may vary. Jointitis stops your pain.
For the sports lover in your life, it's the original work of art of the Big Daddy of Sports. Nationally acclaimed local sports artist Tuna Sider has captured Buddy D's life and history of sports in New Orleans in one inspiring piece of art. Tuna brings Buddy and New Orleans sports to life in this beautiful serigraph silk-screened high-end print. You can get one of the limited numbered editions signed by Buddy and Tuna, or a numbered edition by going to WWL.com to print your order form. A portion of the proceeds will benefit Children's Hospital. Get more info by going to WWL.com now.
Hey, folks, everybody's getting warmed up. It's going to be a great day to play. Practice your pulling arm, because our slots can't get any hotter. Ha ha! Are you ready to play? Then come over to Bally's New Orleans, your slot house in New Orleans.
This is Ronnie Lamarck. In New Orleans, it's the all-new Lamarck Nissan with lots of cars, trucks, and SUVs. The new Lamarck Nissan now at I-10 and Bullitt in New Orleans. 246-2000. Simply remarkable.
The most news, the best talk, plus the Saints and LSU. The Big 870 WWL.
Saints will start from their 18. In the first half, Aaron Brooks was 14 out of 19 for 195 yards, threw the ball with great authority. In the second half, he's just 5 out of 8 for 29 yards, and has rarely, I guess, from his perspective, had the opportunity to look downfield.
Yeah, but the problem is, those 5 out of 8 in the second half, 1 for 1 yard, 1 for 0 yards, and 3 for negative yards. So, I mean, no production whatsoever out of the passing game.
First and 10 Saints from their 18-yard line, and a play will be blown dead before its inception, which probably means a penalty on the Saints for a pre-snap penalty. And you can just see the 49ers feeling it down on the sideline, and in that defensive huddle, they're all jumping around, baiting the Saints fans, and the Saints fans have responded mostly with boos.
False start, offense number 64. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
That's Kendall Jaycox, the left guard. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
From the heart of the Crescent City, this is WWL New Orleans, an Entercom communication station, AM 870, the news, talk, and sports leader.
9 penalties for 86 yards against the Saints. First and 15 from the 13. They give it to Aaron Stecker, running it straight ahead to the 20-yard line. And he's brought down by Julian Peterson after a 7-yard gain. Saints fans don't like play calling.
Well, I can live with that. That was positive yardage. I mean, it was about a 7-8 yard gain by Aaron Stecker. I can live with that. It's a negative yards and the sacks and all that kind of stuff that bothers me.
2nd and 8 from the 20-yard line. Backs offset. Handoff Stecker again, hit in the backfield and drop back at the 18-yard line. On 2nd and 8, Anthony Adams collars Stecker for a loss of a yard.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. What you got, Kenny?
Well, last week their game plan was, if the game was tight in the fourth quarter, to go with a lot of power stuff. Now, that was with Deuce McAllister. And I've had a chance down here in the last 10 minutes or so to talk to a few people on the sidelines, asking them, was the plan to go power again and not go downfield? And the answer I've gotten was, you got to throw it downfield. No, that was in the game plan.
3rd and 9 from the 19-yard line. Brooks from the shotgun has the ball knocked from his grasp, and the Saints will have to recover it back at the 5-yard line. It looked like Engelberger, coming from his left defensive end position, stripped the ball from Brooks, and the fans here with nearly 6 minutes left in a 4-point game, many of them heading to the exit, booing as they go.
Well, this is so reminiscent of the Cincinnati Bengals game a couple years ago when we played up there in Cincinnati, in that, you're playing against what a lot of people consider one of the worst teams in the league, and what do? You come out here and you just stink the whole joint up and play as poorly as the other team, or in this case, even poorer than the other team does.
Battle with a fair catch of the Berger punt. Back at the San Francisco 46, a 49-yard punt by Mitch Berger. It's hard to be anything but hypercritical of what this team has shown through 2 games, and particularly here today. This is a team that probably by the end of the year won't have, I'm speaking of the Niners now, more than 5 wins. They're banged up all over the place. Their quarterback's hurt.
They don't have a named player except Julian Peterson on defense. That's all they've got. That's it. He is the marquee guy for the 49ers.
1st and 10 for the Niners from the San Francisco 46. Ken Dorsey has just been managing the game, handing the ball off as he does here to Robertson with a huge hole inside the 40 to the 38-yard line. I think anybody in the stands right now could get positive yardage on the ground against this Saint defense. That's a 16-yard game.
Well, you're talking about a 4-point ball game right here. You got right just shy of 5 minutes left to go in the game. This is not the time for the Saints defense to give up. You just can't go out there and lay an egg and just completely quit on this series. You got to try and do something. Even though the Saints offense hadn't done anything in the second half, you can't, as a defense, just go out there and lay down and let this bunch run into the end zone, because one more score and this game is over.
1st and 10 from the Saint 38, 4:30 to play. Niners up 27-23. Here's Robertson. He's hit in the backfield by Will Smith, who drops him for a loss on the play of in excess of 2 yards. But it's been the heart of this defense along the defensive line that's just been chewed up by this 49er offense. And there's no Roger Craig here. There's no Joe Montana. There's no Jerry Rice.
There's no Terrell Owens. There's no Jeff Garcia. There's no Garrison Hurst. This is truly a no-name offense, what they have out there right now.
2nd and 12 at the New Orleans 40-yard line. Wouldn't expect Dorsey to put the ball too much at risk with the clock winding down. And he'll keep it on the ground. Robertson drops it. The Saints have a chance to cover it, and I think they have at the 40-yard line. I think it was Jay Bellamy who fell on the football. The Saints have it.
Well, I don't want to be the prophet of doom right here, but if the Saints offense comes out here and 3 and out and have to punt again, what the hell have you accomplished? Nothing. That offense has got to go out there. Somebody's got to get in that huddle right now, slap somebody up against the side of the head and say, look, guys, we need to get out there. We need to put this stupid thing in the end zone, because otherwise this ball game is over. This is the break you were looking for. You got to take advantage of it.
He just simply dropped the football. Nobody hit him. He was just running through the hole and dropped the ball. The Saints have a gift at their 41-yard line. Can they do anything with it with 3:42 to play? Brooks out of the shotgun, calls for the football. This time he has time, delivers short over the middle to Dante Stallworth. Stallworth trying to turn upfield for every inch he can get. Gets it to around his 47-yard line. He stretched the ball out to about the 48. And I think it was Julian Peterson picked it up and put it back at the 47.
Yeah, I saw that little bit of shenanigans he did there at the end of the run. I'm going to tell you something, Dante. The officials will look and see where the ball went down. You don't need to stretch it out another yard and expect to have that go down on your stat sheet.
2nd and 4 at the New Orleans 47. Running it with Stecker. Stecker slips 2 tackles at the line of scrimmage, battling for all he's worth into Niner territory. He'll be close to the first down, depending on his forward progress.
I believe he's got it, Jim. I think he's got it by about 6 inches or so, but definitely looks like it's far enough. And again, first down.
Julian Peterson, the franchise player for the Niners, on the stop, but a 4-yard gain. 2 wideouts to the right. Dante Stallworth wide left. Brooks from the shotgun. He's feeling the pressure. He steps up, throws, and throws it wide of Jerome Pathan at the 32-yard line on the far sideline. Pathan was open, but the ball was poorly thrown.
That was just not a very good throw. You know, I mean, that situation, it wasn't like Aaron was being harassed in the pocket. That's the kind of throw that you have to make in the NFL. When you got a guy wide open like that and you're not under pressure, you got to make that throw. It doesn't have to be between the 8 and the 0, but you got to get it somewhere in the vicinity of the receiver so that Jerome Pathan has an opportunity to make that catch.
2nd and 10 at the Niner 49. Boo Williams in motion. He doesn't have a catch today. Here's Brooks setting up the screen. He's got running room to Stecker. Aaron Stecker down to around the 42-yard line. As the clock winds down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds and continues to run, that's an 8-yard gain.
And the Saints have all 3 of their timeouts left, and they got the 2-minute warning. So, I mean, they can stop the clock a bunch. They're going to go ahead and let it go down to the 2-minute warning, and then they're going to take it from there. So they got, this is, with their 3 timeouts, 4 opportunities to stop the clock.
We've reached the 2-minute warning on the Saints Radio Network. The teams get a warning, but more than 50,000 non-smokers across the United States who die each year from secondhand smoke don't. The facts, unfiltered, from the Louisiana Campaign for Tobacco-Free Living. Timeout on the field. Aaron Stecker shaken up for the moment. 2-minute warning. 49ers 27, Saints 23. This is the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Hurricane Ivan passes through. The Hartford is here to help rebuild. Adjusters are standing by to take your claim, and they'll be reviewing damage in person as the storm moves on. For customers who need to report damage from Hurricane Ivan, please call our toll-free number at 1-800-243-5860. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you have a claim, call 1-800-243-5860. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Before, during, and after a storm, you can help speed the recovery. Before, make a visual and written record of your property and values. During, follow any safety directives issued by public authorities. And after, take care to avoid downed power lines or loose wires and cover all openings with heavy plastic until your claim adjuster arrives. More tips for hurricane preparation can be found at our website, www.thehartford.com. And once again, the Hartford's number to report claims is 1-800-243-5860. That's 1-800-243-5860. When bad weather strikes, when tropical storms enter the Gulf, when hurricanes threaten, track the storms with WWL. Pick up your free Jeep refrigerator hurricane tracking chart today at your local Jeep dealer. Then tune into 870 AM when weather becomes the top news story and your family's #1 worry. Track the storms with Louisiana's emergency management station, WWL 870 AM.
Gus Cadenville brings you the world in sports at 15 and 45 weekday mornings on WWL.
3rd and 2 from the Niner 41. Brooks from the shotgun delivers. The catch is made at the 32-yard line in traffic by Dante Stallworth. He loses the ball, anticipating that it had been blown dead at the 32, and the official jumps in and says that he was down by contact. Saints first down, clock running, 1:43 to play, a 10-yard reception.
Kind of ironic how that whole thing happened. When Dante got hit, he went down, didn't think his knees were down, then got up and started running. Once the ball came loose from his grasp, now he was pleading for the official to say I was down by contact.
1st and 10 for the Saints at the Niner 32. 3 timeouts remaining, but the Saints choosing to run a play as Brooks throws. The ball's batted up in the air and incomplete. It was batted up in the air by the 49ers. The defensive end, John Engelberger, had an interception in his hands and dropped it.
Oh, and thank God it was a defensive lineman, because, I mean, Engelberger just clubbed that thing into the ground. I mean, he got so excited about trying to get that interception that all he had to do was just open up the breadbasket and let it fall in.
The ball was tipped up in the air by Tony Brown, a defensive lineman. So the Saints take a deep breath and look at 2nd and 10 now from the Niner 32. Brooks from the shotgun. The snap is high. He pulls it down. He's in trouble. He throws near sideline. Catch made by Horn, out of bounds. Joe Horn with a first down reception at the San Francisco 16-yard line. Gets out of bounds and stops the clock with 1:14 to play. A 16-yard reception as the Saints are threatening, trailing by 4, 27-23. And Jim, we've had no Hibernia National Bank challenges, brought to you by Hibernia National Bank, the official bank of the New Orleans Saints. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment. 1st and 10 for the Saints at the 16-yard line of the Niners. Clock stopped with 1:14 to play. Saints trailing 27-23. They'll run it to the near sideline with Stecker for no gain. And the Saints will stop the clock with 1:07 to play. Shante Spencer, a cornerback, on the tackle.
I mean, I don't particularly have a problem with the running play right there.
That's their first team timeout.
As I was mentioning, no Hibernia National Bank challenges this half. Right now, though, you can open a Hibernia personal or business checking account and get a deluxe cooler seat free. Make Hibernia your official bank and trust all your financial needs with the one you know. Hibernia, where service matters. Saints have rushed for just 19 yards in the second half. Poor Aaron Stecker. He's gotten a year's worth of work here today in the absence of Deuce McAllister for the most part. Stallworth 8 catches, which ties his career high.
Well, Jim, what I was saying just a minute ago on that previous play, I don't really have a problem with running play because the 49ers are, I mean, they're looking past right now. They're saying the Saints are trying to get in the end zone, and with 3 timeouts to burn, I don't see where that was a bad call. Now, the results of the play weren't good, but I don't particularly think that was a bad call.
2nd and 10 from the 16 of the Niners. 2 wideouts to the right. Pathan wide left. Brooks in the shotgun. Looks, has time, throws, back of the end zone, wide open, touchdown! Dante Stallworth at the back of the end zone was totally uncovered, and the Saints have retaken the lead with 1:01 to play. A 16-yard reception for the touchdown.
Well, I'm sure that Dennis Erickson is sitting over there right now saying, how can you let a guy get that wide open in this situation of the game? You got to play deep. You can't let somebody break free in the end zone. And if I could see it coming, well, then you know darn good and well that Aaron Brooks could see it. And, I mean, it was just nothing more than skeleton drill out there for Brooks and Stallworth on the touchdown reception.
My, oh, my. 1:01 remaining. Have the Saints played this badly and still won a football game? We've still got a long ways to go, considering the way the Saints defense has been riddled in the second half. Here's Kearney's extra point, and it is up, and it is through. And the Saints, with 1:01 to play in regulation, have taken a 3-point lead over the 49ers, 30-27, on one of the biggest catches of Dante Stallworth's young career.
Well, the Saints have scored another touchdown, and that means every Monday after the Saints game, you get the buy one, get one free blitz from Domino's Pizza. Buy any large pizza at regular menu price, and you get the second pizza of equal or lesser value absolutely free only at Domino's.
Well, now, you think back to that extra point that Peterson hit, knocking it off both uprights and caroming through. If he doesn't kick that, they can't tie with a field goal.
Well, I mean, you think about the fumble by the running back. I mean, it was a non-contact fumble. I mean, it's just one of those things. For whatever reason, I mean, God knows we've seen this through the years. I mean, the Saints have had some pretty bad football teams around here, but unexplained things happen during the course of a football game. And hopefully the Saints can hold on for another 61 seconds and pull this whole thing out. But, I mean, there's nothing to say that the 49ers can't pull out a miracle on the Saints.
We've seen them do it before, but with a lot lesser talent than they have at the moment. Still no guarantees. Here's Kearney's kickoff. And it's a strong one to the near side of the field. Robertson back to the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20. And he's going to be stopped short of the 30-yard line. The young man who looks to be the GOAT of this game at the moment after his fumble turned the Saints' chances on, and they were able to score the touchdown, a 26-yard return. So the situation is this. 1st and 10, 49ers at the San Francisco 30 with 56 seconds to play. The 49ers have all 3 timeouts. 64,900 tickets were sold. Probably about 60,000 people were actually here. Many of them have departed, discouraged by the Saints' inept performance. Those who stuck around have an opportunity to see an incredible comeback. Here's Dorsey. He's going to throw, and it is complete to his tight end up at the 38-yard line. Johnson covered up by Bellamy. The Saints had a good pass rush, but it's a 9-yard gain. 44 seconds remaining. Dorsey gets his players up to the line of scrimmage quickly. There's a problem with the alignment. Curtis Conway was lined up wrong. 36 seconds remaining. Now 34. Here's Dorsey looking. Lots of time. Throwing over the middle, and the catch is made at the 39-yard line to Bucky Jones on the tackle of Curtis Conway at the 38-yard line of the Saints. The 49ers will stop the clock with 25 seconds remaining. That's a 24-yard gain.
And here you go, Jim. And the point that you made just a minute ago, all the 49ers have to do is get in field goal range. They don't have to try and punch it into the end zone for the touchdown. Field goal, tie this ball game up, send it into overtime. I mean, that's just 2 lackadaisical coverage by the Saints secondary on the defense.
No pass rush, 4-man rush. And the defense hasn't been able to cover some of these receivers on the part of the 49ers, in particular Curtis Conway, the 12-year veteran.
And let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny, what you got?
Yeah, deafening crowd right now. The difference in the touchdown throw from Aaron Brooks and just now. Aaron throws and looks off the defense, hits Dante Stallworth with an excellent throw. It looks like Dorsey right there had Conway in his sight the entire time, wanting to throw in the middle of the field. The Saints didn't pick up on it.
1st and 10 at the Saint 38. Saints coming with a blitz this time. Tipped up in the air and incomplete. Ashley Ambrose on the coverage of Conway. That time the Saints did bring the blitz. Got to Dorsey, who threw a very weak pass in harm's way, but got away with it.
You know, and I mean, I think that's what you have to do. I mean, this is a young quarterback. That time they came with Courtney Watson and Fred Thomas coming on the blitz. And you know what? You make that young quarterback panic, and you make him throw the ball early. I believe that's what you've got to do in this situation.
2nd and 10 from the Saint 38. Fans on their feet, making it loud. 49ers going to call a timeout. They didn't have the right people on the field. They got their tight end, Eric Johnson, on there late. And they have to squander a timeout and have 1 remaining. Goodness sakes, what an improbable, incredible game this has been. Incredibly inept. And yet it could be an incredible victory if the Saints are able somehow to hold on, thanks to the kindness of strangers. In this particular time, Jamal Robertson's fumble when the Saints were all but dead in this game, turning the ball over at the New Orleans 47 and allowing the Saints to score a touchdown by Dante Stallworth, but with 1 minute and 1 second left. And now Ken Dorsey just making his first start in the NFL, playing with a stinger in his right shoulder, playing on the field in which he won the Sugar Bowl for Miami against Florida in 2001, marching his team downfield and putting them nearly in position at the moment for a makeable field goal attempt. Right now would be a 55-yarder if they go no farther. 2nd and 10 from the Saint 38-yard line. They have to reset the football momentarily. 2 wideouts to the near side. Here's Dorsey dropping, throwing, setting up the screen. It's Jackson. Jackson inside the 30, 25, 15, 20, inside the 5-yard line. But there is a flag down. Flag down at the 29-yard line in front of the 49er bench. Saints are pointing, bring this sucker back.
Pass interference, number 85. 10-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Brandon Lloyd with one of the biggest rocks of the day. Offensive pass interference. It would have been 1st and goal for the Niners inside the 5.
Well, you talk about a knuckleheaded play right there, and I don't I don't know. I mean, you know, you talk about a wide receiver that's going out there to block on a screen. How do you call that offensive pass interference? I mean, the young man is just doing what he's supposed to do.
Exactly. I think that's a terrible call.
And again, I mean, you know, hey, I'm glad for the Saints that this situation occurred, but I think that's a pathetic call on the part of the officials.
Now the Niners still have a timeout remaining. 12 seconds left in this game. 2nd and 20 from the Saint 48. Saints trying to hang on by their fingernails. Here's Dorsey dropping, chased out of the pocket, throws a weak pass. It's going to be intercepted on the near sideline by Ashley Ambrose, and he steps out of bounds with 4 seconds left and is mobbed by his teammates.
Well, see, Jim, that was the point that I was making. What the Saints showed, they showed a 3-man rush, and then they brought a couple of linebackers, and they put pressure on Dorsey. He panicked, and he just threw up an air ball, and it was a total gift to Ashley Ambrose to go ahead and seal this ball game.
A 20-yard return of the interception by Ashley Ambrose, and I'll tell you what, it looks like, I'm not even going to say with 4 seconds left the Saints are going to win this game. It's been that crazy. The Saints have been the recipient of some of the biggest breaks you could possibly have. I guess this is what happens when you're a poor football team, as the San Francisco 49ers are. I don't know how much better that makes the Saints, but they are going to have an opportunity to kneel with the football here and run out the final 4 seconds of this game. They're 1-1. It'll look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow morning, but it was just a Texas League fly ball that fell in for the Saints today, because you could hardly have played worse against a bad opponent and escaped with a victory, as the Saints somehow did today. 30.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I mean, the biggest break of all came on the offensive pass interference against Brandon Lloyd, because all the young man was doing, he was doing his job. Let's go right down to Kenny Wilkerson real quick. Kenny.
All right, guys, down here with Dante Stallworth. He's talking to one of the San Francisco players real quick. Let me grab him real fast. Hey, Dante. Hold on just a second. Dante talking to one of his friends. Looks like they're kind of passed off some phone numbers.
All right, you better, Don.
Dante, you've been 2 years waiting for a game winner like this.
Yeah, man, I can't explain it right now, man. It's a long time coming, man. It's not over with yet, though. We obviously got 14 more games, but hey, I just wanted to prove what I could do to the fans, to the coaches, and to my teammates. I know I can make plays. It's a matter of me being out here on the field.
At the end of the game just now, you, Joe Horn, and Jerome Payton gathered together. It seemed like the entire game, you three were talking with each other along with Jimmy Robinson. How close have you guys gotten?
We've always been close. Always been close. Nothing gonna break us three apart, man. We've always been close. Ever since we all came together in 2002. We just knew we had to step up. The game was in our hands. We had to make plays for us to win this game, and we did it today.
Balls of Deuce McAllister early on intensify you guys and motivate y'all?
Yeah, it did a little bit. And we've got a great backup in Aaron Stecker, and he's a hell of a runner too, as you've seen today. And we just got to keep on going and keep getting better every week. Keep it going.
Thank you, Dante. Dante Stallworth down here. We're going to try to make our way and get a hold of Ashley Ambrose if he hasn't cleared the field, but he may have already cleared. If not, we'll get him in the locker room. With that, we're going to send it back upstairs. I think Jim Henderson's still upstairs.
I am Kenny. Thank you very much. This is the kind of game that in the old days of this rivalry, the Saints would have given away to the 49ers in the same situation. Been in a position to win, outplayed the team for most of the game, and beat yourself with bad penalties and some bad calls against you. I mean, you made mention of it. Terry Jackson runs the ball to the New Orleans 1. They're going to put it in the end zone. They're going to win this game. They're not going to have to settle for a field goal. And it's brought back on an offensive pass interference against Brandon Lloyd. And I don't know how you would call that offensive pass interference. He's blocking downfield after the ball had already been received.
Well, Jim, is like I told you before. I mean, you know, that's that free melon theory. Don't thump it, you know. But there again, I mean, I think that's something that the NFL officials, you know, and God bless Dennis Erickson and everybody else, but he's going to get a call from the league office either tomorrow morning or on Tuesday, and you know all they're going to say?
Hey, sorry, guys, we blew that call, but that went to the benefit of the Saints.
And, hey, look, it's happened to the Saints 1,000 times.
That's right.
As recently as about 3 times last year with the Carolina game where Jake Delhomme was sacked for a safety. They blew it off and later said it was wrong. In the Jacksonville game where Michael Lewis was tackled in the end zone, should have been pass interference. They later admitted they blew the call. I'll tell you what. The Saints were the recipient of a couple of huge gifts here today. Just to backtrack one moment, one of the biggest, being the Jamal Robertson fumble on just run through the hole, non-contact fumble at the New Orleans 47 when you could have put a fork in the Saints. They were done. They played horribly in the second half. They were totally lethargic defensively. They couldn't move the ball downfield in the passing game offensively. They were ready to be beaten by a very poor football team that was outmanned today. Instead, Jamal Robertson on a non-contact fumble turns the ball over to the Saints at the New Orleans 47. Jay Bellamy covers it up, and the Saints move downfield, and Dante Stallworth finds himself wide open at the back of the end zone. Aaron Brooks throws a strike for a 16-yard touchdown. Saints are up 30-27 with 1 minute and 1 second left. Dorsey moves this 49er offense right down the field. They run the ball, as I mentioned, with Terry Jackson down to the 1-yard line, and it's brought back by one of, I think, will be one of the worst calls I think I've ever seen.
Horrible call, there's no question.
And so with Ken Dorsey under pressure, as the Saints do come with a couple of all-out blitzes with the game on the line, he throws up a wounded duck, a prayer to the near sideline that Ashley Ambrose intercepts with 4 seconds left. He runs to the sideline with the football, and the Saints kneel, running out the final 4 seconds on one of the most improbable and unlikely victories the Saints have ever scored against a 49er team who they never score victories of any kind against in their history. The Saints win it today by a score of 30-27, evening their record at 1-1 while the 49ers fall to 0-2. That's the end of our game with that score, and we'll be back in 60 seconds with a wrap-up of today's contest on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Rugged and hard-working. Yep, those are our Saints. But they're also the new line of CAD compact construction machines from Louisiana Machinery. The new CAD skid steer loaders and mini excavators are setting standards for operating control and ease of service. And Louisiana Machinery, your CAD dealer, offers a full machine warranty and 0% financing for 3 full years. Call Louisiana Machinery to see the compact CADs or rent one at Louisiana Rents, the CAD rental store. They're all you expect from CAD, only smaller.
Time to flush and fill your car's cooling system. So get to AutoZone for ValueCraft 50/50 pre-diluted antifreeze. Now only $2.99 a gallon after rebate. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This is Ronnie Lamarck in New Orleans to see all new Lamarck Nissan with lots of cars, trucks, and SUVs. The new Lamarck Nissan now at I-10 and Bullitt in New Orleans. 246-2000. Simply remarkable.
Home of the original Prep Football Roundup. Friday nights at 7:20 on the Big 870 WWL.
Welcome back to the Dome, everyone. A wild win, a victory for the Saints, 30-27 the final. It was 10-3 at the end of the first quarter, Saints leading by that score. At the end of the half, it was 20-17, the Saints leading. At the end of 3 quarters, it was still the Saints leading at 23-20. And then they had to pull it out at the end, 30-27. They had a 10-point lead at one point in the second quarter, 20-10. But then they lost that lead, and with 7:07 left in the fourth quarter, it was 27-23 Niners. But the Saints came back with 1:01 remaining in the game. Stallworth a 16-yard pass reception, capping off a 59-yard 7-play drive, and the Saints go on to win this one 30-27, but not without some excitement at the end. The Niners got the ball all the way inside the 5-yard line, only to have it being brought back because of a penalty. And the Saints win it 30-27, and we'll be back. Stay tuned for the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show coming up next on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
The game's over, but the action action's just getting started on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Today's Saints game was brought to you by Alltel, official wireless provider of the Saints. Your local Chrysler dealers. Allstate Insurance, put your life in our hands. Dodge, grab life by the horns. Hibernia National Bank, the official bank of the Saints. Louisiana Lottery Corporation, need a reason to smile? Abita Springs Water, official bottled water of the Saints. Saints football is also brought to you by these local sponsors. Today's Saints game was also brought to you by U.S. agencies. Call 297-5700 for a free quote. Bud and Bud Light Beer, official beers of the Saints. Oakland Hart Jewelers, winner of the best jewelry design in the nation. Subway, choose well. The Hood Automotive Family. Jeep, there's only one. River Parish Disposal, our business stinks, but it's picking up. Stick around for Coach Jim Haslett's first take on the game and Louisiana Sportscaster of the Year, Buddy D, on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
So, this is my place. You want to come in?
Yeah. Oh, gross. What is all this trash? Ugh.
Trash. It makes you unattractive, which means when you trash your city, you trash yourself.
Wait, hey, I can clean up. Call me.
New Orleans. Imagine it clean.
It's here, the Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide, and it's chock full of in-depth analysis of 93 area prep football programs, a breakdown of SEC play, plus great articles about private versus public, River Parish football, and much, much more. It's only $5 and available now at your favorite area high school, with all the proceeds from the sales going right back to the schools. It's the Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide, brought to you by West Jefferson Medical Center Stroke Unit. Also brought to you by Jesuit High School, Louisiana Air National Guard, and MegaPat. So get to your favorite high school today and pick up your Big 870 Big Chief Football Guide.
It's the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Don't move. Kenny Wilkerson's got Coach Haslett, plus player interviews and game highlights. Brought to you by Dodge, grab life by the horns. Cintas, the uniform people. Agreco, anytime, anywhere for any situation. Agreco. Rimkus, forensic engineers and scientists. Lennox Heating and Air Conditioning. It pays to choose Lennox. Also brought to you by the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show on the Big 870. Brought to you by Helm Paint and Supply. E-Tel, switch and save. Jeep, there's only one. Abita Springs Water, official bottled water of the Saints. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, because life's too short to eat anywhere else. Game time's up, but the excitement of game day ain't over by a long shot. Stick around for the snap from the mouth of the South, Buddy D. Back to the press box. Here's Larry Matson on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
And we're catching our breath here in the press box as we'll give you the Saints post-game injury report brought to you by Thibodeau Regional Medical Center, top 1% nationwide patient satisfaction. Injury report, not that great, not that good for the Saints. Early in the game, in the first quarter, Deuce goes down with a high ankle sprain, did not return in the game, carried only 3 times for 1 yard, and I'm sure he'll be a week-to-week, day-to-day, or whatever, but we'll find out more tomorrow and the next day. Hopefully will be ready soon, but Deuce McAllister missed the entire game, essentially carrying the ball only 3 times. Joe Horn went down with a knee injury, but he came back and would have come back in that same series had the Saints not scored a touchdown. So he did go down, did miss some playing time, a few plays, but came back. Steve Gleason went out with a concussion, and he did not return. And Stecker was banged up a bit. He kept playing, but that guy got knocked around a lot, having to play for Deuce and having to carry the ball a lot more than he's carried in a long time in one ball game. And that's your injury report, brought to you by Thibodeau Regional Medical Center, top 1% nationwide patient satisfaction. Let's give you some scores from around the National Football League today. Detroit 28-16 over Houston. In that one, David Carr 23 for 34, 313 yards passing for Houston in a losing effort. 28-16 Detroit. Atlanta at home with St. Louis. This one got tight, but the Falcons did pull it out late. 34-17, a 14-point victory. Vic rushed for 109 yards in that one. Chicago at Green Bay, and the Bears knock off the Pack 21-10 in Lambeau. Washington at the New York Giants. The Giants win this one 20-14. And it was Warner, 22 for 33, 232 yards in that one. Denver at Jacksonville, a 7-6 final in a wild finish. That one was 7-6 most of the game. Had some wild things happen at the end with fumbles and missed field goals, whatever. And it was a tight one, 7-6. Sounds like a 1955 game. Indianapolis beat Tennessee 31-17. And it was Peyton Manning, 24 for 33 for 254 yards and 2 touchdowns. Edgerton James added another 124 on the ground, and he scored 2 touchdowns. Baltimore beat Pittsburgh 30-13, and it was Carolina beating Kansas City 28-17. Jake in that one, Jake Delhomme, 16 of 29, 180 yards, had 3 touchdown passes, but also had 2 intercepted in the game. Again, the final here was 30-27 Saints, and we'll be back with the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show right after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network. Hey!
Hey, this is Hokie Gajan for Alltel. You know, with a house full of women, things can get pretty expensive, and I need all the free stuff I can get. And only Alltel lets me call home free. Alltel gives you free calls between your wireless and home numbers every minute of every day on select plans. It's an easy way to stay in touch with the Gajans for free. So stop by your local Alltel store for call home free details. Alltel, official wireless provider of the Saints.
Get the good stuff.
Hey folks, Hokie Gajan here for Napa Auto Parts. Things are really happening in Napa, and we're opening new stores in the New Orleans, Mississippi Coast, and Mobile areas. Napa has great everyday low prices too, like the Napa Power 65-month battery, only $39.99 every day with exchange. And right now at Napa, DuPont Tire Shine and DuPont Wheel Cleaner are free after mail-in rebates. So hurry into Napa today and save.
Get the good stuff.
Napa, get the good stuff. This weather report brought to you by Lennox and your Lennox dealers, like Mobile Air, Gonzales and Baton Rouge area.
Why must all good things come to an end? Because if they didn't, you couldn't get the amazing deals being offered right now on our incredible selection of 2004 Chrysler vehicles. It's the Chrysler Model Year-End Clearance. Your last chance to get big cash allowances on Chrysler PT Cruiser, Sebring Sedan, and Sebring Convertible. But the 2004 Chryslers will be gone before you know it. So get to the Model Year-End Clearance right now. Your last chance to get great deals on the 2004 Chrysler lineup. This selection won't last, so get to your local Chrysler dealer today.
Helm Paint and Supply and Benjamin Moore want to help you tackle those weekend projects early this football season, so you'll have plenty of time to watch the big game. This is Joey Helm. Visit Helm Paint and Supply, your local paint store, for all of your home decorating needs. Go black and gold.
Stick around for Coach Jim Haslett's locker room interview on the Big 870 WWL.
Welcome back to the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show and the Jim Haslett Locker Room interview, brought to you by Napa Auto Parts, opening new stores in New Orleans, Mississippi Coast, and Mobile. And here's Kenny Wilkerson.
Okay, thank you, Larry, with head coach Jim Haslett. And Jim, as you just said, a win's a win. It's not the way you wanted it, but you got it.
Well, you know, you take them any way you can get them in this league, but you know, we had a chance to go up early. We're up 20-10, and we kind of squandered that. And then we came back, and we had some problems. You know, we lost Deuce, and then we put Aaron in, who did a nice job running, and then Aaron got hurt. So we were down to no running backs, and you know, that kind of limits your offense in the third, fourth quarter, what you can do, because you're really kind of limited on your running game if you have any at all. And then you know, on defense, we got a bunch of guys hurt. Fred Thomas, he kind of didn't. I mean, he was struggling out there. I thought our secondary struggled for the most part. And then, you know, they got some big plays on us, and a couple penalties. Monty's penalty hurt us on punt, and then Thomas hurt us on well, we got the, you know, roughing the punter. So, I mean, all those things add up, and you know, we got to eliminate those things.
When you lost Deuce, how much did that alter your game plan?
Well, it altered a lot because we're down to one running back. We only carried 2 into the game.
Yeah, like last week, you said y'all were going to go with a lot of power stuff. So, I mean, how much did it change that you go to a whole different type of back in Stecker?
Well, we stayed with some of the power, but we didn't want to run him up in the middle all the time because of the ankle. We twisted an ankle. We were trying to get him on the edge where he got a little speed. And again, it limits you on the offensive side. That's not that's not using that as why we went bad. I thought, the passing game, Aaron and the receivers were outstanding. And again, we're just going to have to, hopefully Deuce gets better soon. If not, we'll reevaluate what we're doing.
Put the ball on the floor and give it to you, gives you a chance right there. And then at the end, and I know you just said a minute ago you didn't really see it, but for them to call the offensive pass interference, you know, it's what it is really more than anything. It's a lucky break.
Well, it is, and you know, they had a couple of those too. You know, you get the roughing the punter, which is, you know, I don't know, you see it called too often, and you know, we had a couple of things like that. So I thought the game seesawed back and forth that way.
How much, and it was a rough week for everybody, and it was a rough week for you guys having to go and all that kind of stuff, but, you know, Tuesday was the long day. Tuesday was the hard day. By the time y'all got back in, by this morning, did you feel like your football team had their legs back under them?
Well, yeah, we're not going to use that ever as an excuse. I thought we bonded well there, we practiced well, and, you know, it was just a flight over there and a flight back, and things were unsettling. I think the most important thing are families and loved ones and animals were fine, and this football team came out and got a win, and that says a lot about it.
There seemed to be somewhat of a sense of urgency when Deuce went down, and your teams over the years have kind of done that, especially when you lost key people.
Well, yeah, I thought that was the big thing. We had a bunch of guys get nicked up, and we lost guys. Steve Gleason was out with a concussion, and we lost a bunch of players, but other guys stepped in and didn't complain. They did a nice job, and I think that's part of, you know, the 53-man roster. That's why if you can do that, you get a pretty good football team.
One last thing, I know that some of the players took exception last week to the booing, and the booing was out there again tonight. But then when the game was on the line and they needed to make a play, and even though a lot of people had already left, this building got extremely loud, and that's kind of what they do, don't they?
Well, it'd be nice if they were that way the whole way. You know, most crowds when you go, they're cheering you on, trying to, you know, get you to win. But you know, we're a little different around here, and I guess we just have to adjust to it and live with it. But it was nice down the stretch when we needed it.
Thank you, Jim. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Haslett down here. We're going to go in the locker room. We'll talk to you all in a minute. Larry?
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more of the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Allstate customers, please listen carefully to this message for emergency claim information. If your property or auto insured by Allstate was damaged by Hurricane Ivan, the Allstate Catastrophe Team is here and ready to help with claims specialists standing by to assist you. Just call 1-800-54-STORM. If you cannot get through immediately, please keep trying. Our claims specialists will help expedite your claim as quickly as possible to get you back on your feet. You can also file your claim online at allstate.com or call your local Allstate agent. In your time of need, you deserve personal help and attention. That's Allstate Stand. Once again, the number to call is 1-800-54-STORM. Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois, 1-800-54-STORM. You can also file your claim online at allstate.com.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Hey, this is Hokie Gajan. Y'all know John Deere has ATVs? ATVs that work as hard as they play. ATVs that have true all-wheel, four-wheel drive, powerful Rotax engine, and financing that'll knock your socks off. Buy now and get $250 worth of free accessories. See these John Deere dealers today. Sunshine Equipment, LaPlace, Donaldsonville, and Baton Rouge, Houma Tractor Trailer in Houma, Evergreen Tractor in Covington, and Smith & Smith in Franklinton.
Savings apply to attachments and accessories for the Buck and Trail Buck ATVs. Offer valid until October 29, 2004. See your nearest dealer for details. Must be 16 years to operate. Deere recommends taking an approved safety course.
Have you ever been to one of those fancy smancy parties where the people got all this food, flowers, booze, but they ain't got enough bathrooms? Makes no sense. All they got to do is call River Parish Disposal. River Parish's people pleasers are more than just parties. They have multiple toilets with real doors, sinks. Heck, they even got air conditioning. You want to get real fancy? River Parish will provide a bathroom attendant. River Parish Disposal. Our business stinks, but it's picking up. Call 738-7700 to get the poop on portable people pleasers.
Home of the Jim Haslett Show and Saints football, the Big 870 WWL.
Aaron Stecker had 41 yards on 15 carries. Barlow, 114 yards on 20 carries. Aaron Brooks, 25 of 34 for 279. And for Dorsey, he was 18 of 32 for 205. Conway had 8 catches, 112 yards for the Niners. Stallworth, 9 catches, 113 yards. Horn, 8 catches, 94 yards. Each had a touchdown. And of course, Jerome Pathan also added a touchdown. 2 catches, 53 yards, and the longest being 37. So Aaron Brooks with 3 touchdown passes today, and the biggest at no interceptions on his end of the ledger. So it was a wild one, Hokie, no doubt about it.
Well, it was a pretty dull ball game for a long time. I mean, it just wasn't a whole lot of things happening, but give the Saints offense credit. Once they had that fumble recovery with 4 minutes left to go in the game, and they marched it down the field, stuck it in the end zone, I think that you got to at least tip your hat to the Saints offense that they did rise to the occasion and get the ball in the end zone, get themselves a win.
And let's go right downstairs to Kenny Wilkerson on the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show. Kenny?
Okay, guys, as we're down here, a lot of players talking, some of them finishing up getting dressed. We're going to listen in and talk to Charles Grant here first.
All the hard times and let us know that ain't no game going to be easy in National Football League. You got to go out there and play 60 minutes in National and just keep believing in each other. And that's what we did, believing in each other the whole game.
Is that the kind of thing that, you guys have talked about so much that you can't ever give up? I mean, you always got to hang around. I mean, you never know who's going to make the calls and which way the calls are going to go.
No, you don't. The referees, they jeopardize a lot of games, You look at LSU yesterday, they lost because a dude jumped up and tried to block a field goal. Think about that. That's part of football. He just is trying. Ain't no referees out there. But what thing is, if all y'all play together and don't put yourselves in situations like that, then it will never be that close. I think we put ourselves in a situation for the game to be this close today.
Their offensive line, did they surprise you a little bit? I mean, I don't know, how much were they getting a push on you?
They weren't really getting no push. You see, they was cutting back. They was little stuff we need to learn to make. All of us ain't playing together. We got a lot of young guys out there, and that's what we got to get. Once them young guys learn the game of football, and we learn older guys do the things they supposed to do as well, and I learned to do the things I'm supposed to do, we'll be a better football team.
You're saying it was more technique for them and why they had their moment.
Yeah, it's mental errors and blown assignments by us.
How much did the week being together, almost like a week of training camp, y'all going off and being together, you think that kind of helped you guys a little bit?
Yeah, we ain't using that for no excuse, but it helped us. It helped us more so at the end.
Charles. Okay, Charles Grant down here. Jay Bellamy's also talking. He had a lot to do in this football game tonight. We're going to listen to what Jay's saying.
Right, but we take the win. We'll go in, look at it, fix it, and we'll take the win. Right now, we enjoy this win, and then we're going to start working on San Francisco.
Jay, how much have they put on? I saw him talking to you a lot today, more so probably than ever in the past. How much have they put on you to get things under control back there and to run this defense?
I mean, I've been in the system 4 years, so I pretty much know what's going on. I mean, it's not that they're looking for me. I mean, someone's got to take the leadership role with getting everybody together. When something goes wrong, we can't fall apart. I mean, that's the whole thing. When we give up a play, we got to rally. We gave up the long one early. We stopped them, made them kick threes. That's what we have to do. We got to make teams start, kicking field goals. We're giving up too many touchdowns, and that's what we have to do, play better in the red zone.
As Charles Grant was just saying, how much of it was what they were doing as opposed to technique and them out scheming?
Well, we'll give credit. We'll give credit to them for making plays, but when we sit in our meeting room, it's just one or two guys out of place, not a sync, which are enabling running backs to pop on us, and that's what's going on. We'll only get better. We got Darren Howard out. We got Brian Young was out today. So right now we just got to rally the troops, focus on getting everything done right, and we get better as we go.
Okay, that's Jay Bellamy down here. Again, kind of waiting on Ashley Ambrose, who actually is talking right now. So let's listen to a couple things from Ashley before we send it back upstairs.
We just have to get it together. And the thing about it is, we got to try to find a way to and get better against the run. But you know what? It's always good to get that W. That's the thing that counts, when it comes down to it. So, I knew New England was one of those type teams, he wasn't that great against the run, but when it came down to it, they stopped people in the red zone.
It really actually kind of sounds like the more and more people we talk to in here and listening to some of the interviews going on, you guys know that you dodged a bullet, kind of like the city did with the storm this week.
Well, you know what? Everybody want to say, we dodged a bullet or whatever, but you know what? That was, I think, a much-deserved win for us. One thing about it is this game is about 60 minutes, and plays happen, and I think, for one thing, we stepped up when we needed to, defense and offense. It was just one of those games that kept going back and forth. And, we was able to make more plays towards the end than they were, and that's what really helped us to get the victory.
There wasn't anything they did that was a surprise, was there?
Well, I don't think it was nothing much of a surprise. I think, when he got big plays, it was really us. We made some mistakes here and there. I mean, that's a good football team. Everybody just try to write them out. But that's a good football team. I think they went toe-to-toe with Atlanta for 60 minutes last week. So they've been in 2 nail-biters towards the end. And this team here that we just played don't give up. So they're one of them teams that fight till the end, and that's what they gave us. They gave us a fight to the end, and we wind up coming out victorious.
Ball was coming at you all the way. That's sometimes when, it's that easy, or it's coming and nobody's around you. That sometimes is one of the hardest catches to make.
Well, you see, I don't know if you noticed how I caught it. I just tried to catch it with an old chest. Because I didn't want to take a chance, I just wanted to grab it like it was a big ball, a big volleyball or something, so, big beach ball. But, the thing about it, I'm just glad I was able to get those guys up front, was able to get the pressure. We was able to just, stand our ground and just do the right things toward the end for me to get that pick.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley Ambrose down here, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to send it back upstairs to you guys, and we get back, we'll try to talk with Aaron Brooks, who is in the conference room right now, meeting with the bulk of the media.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. Yeah, I think they played like they were on the beach for the first 3 quarters. I don't know. Good thing you got that volleyball at the end. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll be back with more of the Dodge Ram Locker Room Show after this on the New Orleans Saints Radio Network.
Rugged and hard-working. Yep, those are our Saints. But they're also the new line of CAD compact construction machines from Louisiana Machinery. The new CAD skid steer loaders and mini excavators are setting standards for operating control and ease of service. And Louisiana Machinery, your CAD dealer, offers a full machine warranty and 0% financing for 3 full years. Call Louisiana Machinery to see the compact CADs or rent one at Louisiana Rents, the CAD rental store. They're all you expect from CAD, only smaller.
Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
You're on Jeep Trail Rated Radio. Yeah, this is Jamal. So what's Trail Rated mean anyway? Well, Jamal, Jeep vehicles are the original 4x4s. They've been kicking butt for over 60 years. I know, but... No buts, baby. See, Jeep 4x4s have to pass the toughest test out there before they can get a Trail Rated badge. Okay. That way, you know they passed, and you can feel confident and secure no matter where you go, Jamal. So if it's not Trail Rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4. Next call.
Jeep Trail Rated Radio.
I'm at the Dome doing a little street theater. Playing the part of Big Tobacco is the Peanut Guy.
Cigarettes, get your cigarettes. Highly addictive and proven to kill more than 50,000 people this year from secondhand smoke. How's that?
And playing the part of the 53,000 non-smokers who will die from secondhand smoke this year are the Fans.
All right, come on, let's get going.
What do you want us to do? Nothing. You're dead. The facts unfiltered from the Louisiana Campaign for Tobacco-Free Living.
We're back at the LaPlace 250, and our leader is still McGee, but he's going to have to pit for a low tire.
All right, boys, this is a race to the finish. Go, go, go. Nonsense. What's that in your hand?
A race to the finish scratch off, Chief.
What? Get that tire.
Right, Chief.
$10,000? Wait. Johnson, tell me you put on all the lug nuts.
Play Race to the Finish, the new $2 scratch-off from the lottery. Win up to $10,000. Win up to 10 times on each ticket. Ask for Race to the Finish today. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
Wake up to the world. Bob Del Giorno, weekday mornings 5 to 9 on the Big 870 WWL.
Aaron Brooks had 3 touchdown passes today. Joe Hone had one of those. He had 8 catches, 94 yards, and a score. Let's go to Kenny Wilkerson.
Okay, thank you, Larry. We're going to talk to Joe, and we're going to grab Aaron all at the same time. Joe, after the game, you were kind of motioning to everybody, talk to Dante, don't talk to you.
Right, because, man, he's been going through so much, man. So many people been negative on him, saying that, he can't stay healthy, blah, 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 blah. Now, I told him he's arrived. You know what I'm saying? He has arisen. So I'm happy for the kid, man. He said he had a wonderful game. We all showed up, man, to play. It was ugly, but we won the football game. So I'm very proud of Dante, man. He deserves all the credit.
And really, that's what it comes down to. Everybody knows and has acknowledged that this was not a pretty win. This was an ugly win, but you are now 1-1.
Definitely. We're 1-1 right now. We're going to come back Wednesday and prepare for the St. Louis Rams.
That's all I need from you, Joe. Thank you. That's Joe Horn down here. Now I'm going to make my way over to Aaron Brooks. And Aaron, tell me, especially there in the third quarter, it seemed like you were going to a lot of the short stuff and everything. Is that what they were calling for you? Or, was it a case of not wanting to go downtown with the football or what?
I really can't answer that. That's coach's call on that one. I'm just out there just trying to execute the plays that was given to me. So, at that point we was up, and I guess he felt like that was the best plays available for us.
How much? What can you've been here long enough? You've seen what the up and downs and the inconsistency with this football team. What can something like this and the way that it happened tonight and today? What can this do for this group?
Hopefully, it can inspire us to go on a roll of a winning streak. It would be nice to get a 3-4 game winning streak. Jump out there and solidify ourselves. So. It's going to be huge. I think this is a confidence booster, and it's going to help us in a lot of ways, and hopefully we can take this and run with it.
Nobody knows right now how long you're not going to, you're going to be without Deuce. With the high ankle sprain, those things can sometimes, they can end quick, they can go on for a while. And I'm sure that, I know you'll say that there's not going to be any kind of excuse. You got to move on. I guess Gajan and Carter will step up.
Yeah, I guess Gajan will be activated, and Stecker will continue to maintain our role, playing his position. I trust those guys. I believe in those guys. We went through the similar situation with St. Louis a couple years ago. We lost our Ricky Williams, key running back, and Joe went down, and some guys stepped in and did a wonderful job. So hopefully we can use that for some type of motivation for those who are stepping in, and that's going to contribute for us.
Is it your feeling, Aaron, that even though it's been 2 games, that more players on this team are holding themselves accountable and saying and talking about after these games the truth of what really has happened in these games instead of making excuses?
I just hope so. I'm not around to hear those type of comments, but we play this game, and a lot of things are going to happen. Whether the players own up for it or coaches own up for it or not, that's personal choice. But the bottom line is we are a team, and whatever goes down, we got to be able to stay together and always remain one.
Everything turned out okay for you with the storm?
Yeah, everything was fine. Everything was fine. Just right now, my chest hurting a little bit from the game. So.
Thank you, Aaron. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Okay, Aaron Brooks down here. I'm going to send it back upstairs to you, Larry.
All right, Kenny, Hokie, 46 yards on the ground total for the Saints, 41 of those from Aaron Stecker, so losing Deuce was certainly a factor in this one. Your player of the game for this one?
I think I'm going to go with the man that Kenny was just talking to, Aaron Brooks. He's, he had his moments during the game where he looked particularly sharp, but, he threw the ball well and drove the team down the field at the end of the ball game to get that clutch touchdown that they needed. He had a little bit of a swooping spell in the middle of the ball game, but, to come out here, the guy throws a pick last week. It was the first time in 240-some-odd passes or 230-some-odd passes that he had an interception, and, hopefully today he got another streak going without throwing any interceptions, but I thought Aaron played a pretty good ball game today. I don't really think that anybody on the Saints team, offensively or defensively, had an outstanding ball game, but I think that Aaron played pretty well, so he gets my vote.
Quarterback rating today, 127, with 279 yards on the passing game and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. I kind of like Dante Stallworth, too, though. 9 catches, 113 yards, a 45-yard longest gain, and, of course, the touchdown.
Yeah, the only thing was, that Dante made 3 catches that I can think of right off the top of my head where he was just absolutely wide open. The first catch that he made, he did a nice job of making the over-the-shoulder catch and all that, but some of those other catches, it was just broken coverage by the 49ers, and I'm not saying that Dante didn't have a good game.
You're saying I could have caught those, huh?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, but...
The WWL.
Mark Trubisky back at network control. The Saints even their record at 1-1. They beat the 49ers 30-27. Let's give you all the action. 49ers get the ball first. Saints force the Niners to punt after 3 plays. On the Saints' first possession of the game, the black and gold traveled 31 yards before losing the ball and their best player on the same play as Deuce McAllister fumbles the ball away to San Francisco and suffers a high right ankle sprain, ending his afternoon. On the 49ers' second possession of the game, San Francisco gets a 60-yard run from running back Kevin Barlow, then settling on a Todd Peterson 30-yard field goal. Niners lead the Saints 3-0, 8:04 left in the first quarter. Saints come back on their second possession of the game, racing 59 yards on 3 plays, getting 6 on this 8-yard pass from Aaron Brooks to Joe Horn.
2nd and 4 from the 9 or 8 yard line. Jerome Payton in motion left to right.
One back. Here's Brooks dropping, throwing into the end zone. Leaping reception. Touchdown, Joe Horn. There's your answer to the absence of Deuce McAllister as the Saints take to the air and score on an 8-yard strike to Joe Horn.
John Carney throwing the extra point. Saints lead 7-3. 6:55 left in the first quarter. Still in the first quarter following a San Francisco punt. The Saints going a 60-yard, 5-play drive, getting 3 on a 32-yard John Carney field goal. It's 10-3 Saints, 2:48 left in the first quarter. Into 1, Saints lead the 49ers 10-3. Early second quarter, Niners tie up the game, capping off a 52-yard drive with this 10-yard Kevin Barlow run.
Conway is split out wide to the right. Brandon Lloyd wide left on 2nd and 4 from the Saint 10. Saints clinging to a 10-3 lead. Here's Barlow stopping, starting, reversing his field, coming around the other side, running to the flag, and just like Sean Alexander a week ago, he did exactly the same thing. Took it right, the Saints overcommitted, took it back to the left and found no one home. He waltzes into the end zone for a 10-yard touchdown run.
Todd Peterson good on the PAT. We're tied up at 10, 11:46 left in the second quarter. The Saints offense again steps up, going 63 yards in 5 plays, retaking the lead when Aaron Brooks hooks up with Jerome Pathon.
2nd and 10 Saints. At the 36 of the Niners. Play action. Brooks going to throw over the middle, and it's caught by Pathon. Touchdown! What a strike by Aaron Brooks, hitting Pathon in stride inside the 5. He went in untouched. A 37-yard touchdown.
On after good, 17-10 Saints, 9:42 left in the first half. Following another Niner punt, Saints take advantage of a short field traveling 29 yards in 9 plays, expanding their lead on a John Carney 36-yard field goal. It's 20-10 Saints, 3:35 left in the second quarter. The 49ers can close out the first half scoring with a 78-yard, 10-play march, hitting pay dirt on this 1-yard Kevin Barlow run.
Kevin Barlow checks in as the tailback in a 3 tight end formation. They give it to him, and Barlow tripped up, but into the end zone for the touchdown.
PAT good halftime score. Saints lead the Niners 20-17. Third quarter, the Saints and 49ers exchange field goals. 37 yards by John Carney and a 33-yarder by Todd Peterson. End of the third quarter, Saints lead the 49ers 23. The 24th quarter, San Francisco retakes the lead with a 15-play, 94-yard drive, getting into the end zone courtesy of running back Jamal Robertson.
3rd and goal from inside the 1. Niners trying to take the lead with a touchdown. Backs in an eye. Robertson gets it, dives for the end zone, and he's in.
PAT good after hitting both uprights. It's 27-23 San Francisco. 7:07 left in the fourth quarter. Late fourth quarter, 49ers with the ball at midfield, looking to put away the Saints when lightning strikes for the black and gold.
Wouldn't expect Dorsey to put the ball too much at risk with the clock winding down. And he'll keep it on the ground. Robertson drops it. The Saints have a chance to cover it, and I think they have at the 40-yard line. I think it was Jay Bellamy who fell on the football. The Saints have it.
And it was Jay Bellamy recovering Jamal Robertson fumble. Just over 2 minutes left in the game. The Saints then play clutch offense, going 59 yards in 9 plays, retaking the lead when Aaron Brooks hits Dante Stallworth with this 16-yard TD strike.
2nd and 10 from the 16 of the Niners. 2 wideouts to the right. Pathon wide left. Brooks in the shotgun. Looks, has time, throws back in the end zone. Wide open, touchdown! Dante Stallworth at the back of the end zone was totally uncovered, and the Saints have retaken the lead with 1:01 to play. A 16-yard reception for the touchdown.
PAT good. Saints lead 30-27 finally. Ashley Ambrose ends a last-gasp effort by Ken Dorsey and the 49ers to come back.
Now the Niners still have a timeout remaining. 12 seconds left in this game. 2nd and 20 from the Saint 48. Saints trying to hang on by their fingernails. Here's Dorsey dropping, chased out of the pocket, throws a weak pass. It's going to be intercepted on the near
beat the Niners 30-27. Saints game highlights brought to you by U.S. Agencies. U.S. Agencies will be opening offices in Mobile this October. A few stats for you. Aaron Brooks, 25 of 34, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns. Aaron Stecker, 15 carries, 41 yards. Deuce before the injury, 3 carries, 1 yard. The stars of the game along with Brooks. Stallworth, 9 catches, 113 yards and a touchdown. Joe Horn, 8 catches, 94 yards and a touchdown. Scores from the NFC South. Carolina beats Kansas City 28-17. The Falcons beat the Rams 34-17. And in the second quarter, Seattle leading Tampa Bay 10-0. The executive producers of Saints football are Phil Hoover and Diane Newman. Game broadcast producer is Larry Matson. The game has been engineered and directed by Robert Carroll. Network studio coordinator is Bob Fraud.